Capsulators from around the world. This is CCP Fozzie, joined by Elise Randolph for today, and we are bringing you the second day of the 12th Alliance Tournament. Why don't you say hello to everyone, Elise?
Hey, how's it going, everyone? This is day 2. We're starting off with Fearless Empire versus Road Capel. Road will be in blue, Fearless will be in red.
And we have two really interesting setups here. Road Capel bringing what has become their trademark over recent tournaments, lots and lots of nuding power. They've got double Armageddon, double Eos, an Eros Celestis, piloted by former CSM member Rip Teg, triple Tawar, triple Kestrel. And they're up against what is really an update on the traditional Mimitar rush from Fearless Empire.
Yeah, exactly. Fearless brought a Sleipnir team as their core, supported by Worms, which have a great tournament track record today. Or this week, and Caracals, which are really great anti-support ships.
Mm-hmm. Now, both sides have come in sort of spread out with some of their close or heavy ships in close, and already the match has begun with a very, very fast knocking off the field of one of the Kestrels for Road Capel. Fearless Empire getting the first blood immediately.
Indeed, and Road is focusing on these worms, but this worm by Kane is tanking really hard, but bam, poof goes a Caracal and a worm all in one shot. Mm-hmm. These drones are nothing to mess with.
Yeah, knocking off the Caracals and Worms early means it's a lot of the vulnerable DPS from the Fearless Empire. The Sleipnirs are going to take a lot of pounding before they go down, but the Caracals and Worms are going to be much, much easier to take down. And they've also got newts across all of the Sleipnirs. These Armageddons have their newts applied to them, which means that as time goes on, they're going to lose their gang links. As we see now, the Scimitar for Fearless Empire dropping as well. Very, very fast.
That is a bit of a disaster. Road Capel made the right choice and went straight for the Fearless Scimitar, and it dropped like a sack of potatoes, which is not good. It was damped, so it had to come in close. Unfortunately, when it came in close, it ate a little bit of pain. And now Fearless are just going straight for this Geddon, thinking they can just plow through it with the DPS they have. Maybe it'll work.
It's possible, but the Geddon isn't going down very quickly at all. They've actually got split fire. We're seeing damage to both of the Geddons. Pretty significant damage, actually. They're both eating into armor a little bit, but that's not what you want to be doing. You need to focus your damage to be able to get through the reps of this in Eros.
Yeah, this is quickly turning into a bit of a disaster for this poor Fearless Empire team. Road looking pretty good with this setup. I mean, it's a setup that you would expect them to bring. But hey, they're executing with it, right?
They executed with it very well. The very fast kills of the Caracal and Worm, and then hitting that Scimitar right away, and while keeping their Neros alive. I mean, they're up against some very fast tackle and DPS in the Worms and the Caracals, and those would be ships that would be very dangerous to the Neros. But the Neros pilot was able to keep himself out of danger, as we see the first Sleipnir drop for Fearless Empire.
Yeah, this is all but over, unfortunately. It looks like Road only lost one ship, and that was the one that accidentally warped to the beacon at 0. This setup by Road, so smart. Like, the execution, so smart. Everything about it, I don't know how Fearless could have done any more than they did.
Yeah, I mean, Fearless brought ships that aren't too vulnerable to newts, to their credit. If they expected to have some Armageddons up against them, bringing Sleipnirs and Caracals and Worms is a pretty decent choice. But unfortunately, when you lose your Scimitar that quickly, there's just nothing you can do against the DPS of 2 Eoses and 2 Armageddons.
Yeah, I mean, Fearless had the right idea. They had a carries to counter damp that Celestis, but these armor Kestrels, you gotta assume that there's a bunch of damps in the mid slots of these things. So even it looks like they only have one damp ship, they've got some secret hidden damp ships in these Kestrels.
Yeah, and you can actually see the control bar for Road Capel, as they only have one Caracal to focus on, is actually right up to the edge of the chart. They have a ton of damps on this Caracal, and I'm sure his lock range is like 2 kilometers at the moment. As GFs go up in local, there's no way that he's going to even be able to get a revenge kill on a frigate before he goes down.
Well, very quick first match, but it was still a good showing by Road.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the fast execution, picking their primaries very well, recognizing when the Scimitar was vulnerable. They obviously had a good target caller behind the helm, and they'd obviously practiced this setup quite well.
Yeah, for sure. And their flagship is the Geddon, I think. So maybe they've got like a steroid out version of this team for later on in the match.
Yeah, I mean, if the Fearless Empire had been expecting newts, they might have tried to ban out the Armageddon, which they didn't. They ended up banning the Ishtar and the Dominix instead. But if they had banned the Armageddon, that might have actually just triggered Rote to bring in their flagship instead, because flagships are immune to bans.
Yeah, absolutely. And I wonder how the dynamic changes with only one Geddon on this team, even if it's a Super Geddon.
Yeah, well, that might be something we'll get to see if Rote is confident in this setup going forward. They might bring it again in the future, and they might try to bring it with the flagship, and we could get a look at that. But in the meantime, that is the end of the match, and that Rote Capel will go on through the winner's bracket, and Fearless Empire will be knocked into elimination matches next week. We're going to send you to some player ads, and then be back in just a few minutes for Noir Mercenary Group versus Scum.
Do you like spaceships? Do you like explosions? Airwalk Media. We make your corporation look good.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. This is CSP Fozzie, joined once again by Elise Randolph, and we are here to bring you Noir Mercenary Group versus Scumdot. And we have two very original setups here. Noir Mercenary Group coming in with a Vindicator, Navy Mega, Eos, a Neros, two Enyos, three Vengeances, two Daredevils, and a Heretic. Vindy and Navy Mega, along with the entire team, coming in at 50, so they're going to be well out of engagement range at the beginning.
Yep, and Scumdot chose a very similar team, actually, except using Nightmares instead of Vindies and Worms and Harpies instead of the Enyos. So they're like the Shield equivalent with Nightmares. They came in at 52. The difference here is that Scum, who you'll see in blue, have the Molluses, which will really wreak havoc on these on this Noir Onirios. So they've got a lot of distance to cover for Noir, given that they're a blaster team. Let's see how this goes.
So the match has now begun. We're going to see which direction these teams go. There's two options. They can head towards each other or they can head back, and Noir is heading back. They're heading directly towards the micro jump unit behind them.
Maybe, yes. It looks like so. The micro jump beacon, there are 8 of them spread around the arena and one in the center. When you activate it, it'll just blink your ship 100 kilometers in the direction you're facing. It's going to make for some very interesting boundary violations if you do it wrong. But, man, you're going to be sitting pretty and looking good if you do it right.
Meanwhile, Scumdot has decided instead of going forward or backwards, they're going to head sideways, get the transversal up a little bit, and they're moving as a group, kind of in a circle around the center of the beacon here.
Yeah, you're going to see that this is a really common tactic. They're just going to sort of corral the team in and force them to rush in. The team that rushes in first is usually the one that's at a disadvantage because their DPS ships can get tackled apart and sort of it's suboptimal, really.
So the Noir team has stopped before they got to the micro jump beacon, and they're actually turning around and starting to basically do the same thing. They're getting themselves spread out and just sort of casually walking along the side of the arena here, getting a good look at what their opponents are doing, and they're going to hope that their opponents make a first mistake.
You see a lot of dams coming out of the Scum team onto the Noir team over here. And that's really kind of making them battle ball, as we call it. That's the tactic when you're damped. You just kind of stay in a battle ball together. So the reps, even no matter how far away you get, you can always apply the reps. Yeah,
you can see the damps right now applied mainly to the frigates, probably to counter any other E-ward that could be applied. So these Vengeances could have their own damps, could have tracking disruptors, and by damping them, the Scum team is preventing them from applying their TDs or damps. Once they actually get into the fight, you might see them switch those over to the Aneros or to the Vindy or Navy Mega if they think that'll help.
Yeah, that's a really clever tactic, actually, to damp something else, like a frigate that might have remote effects. And then when the fight actually starts, you just throw all your damps onto the Logi, and the Logi's like, oh, I got a 70-kilometer lock range. It's fine. Then the fight starts. Wham, I've got a 5-kilometer lock range. Disaster strikes.
So the two teams are very slowly making their way closer to each other. It looks like they're going to be converging somewhere around the sun side of this beacon. It's just they're taking it very carefully, which is the way we've seen a lot of very good teams play it. When you have two teams that need to get in close to engage, we often see that the team that rushes in first is the one that loses the fight, because the team that's sitting back defending is more easily able to react to any movements that the other team makes, to the other team splitting up as they move in with ships of different speeds. There's a lot of different things that can go wrong when you charge in.
And now you can see Scum are moving to a micro jump beacon, and Noir are repositioning to a different micro jump beacon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Noir have now concentrated themselves around that micro jump beacon. And so the beacons here that they have are not exactly 100 kilometers apart. They're on opposite corners of one of the sides of this cube. So they're a little more than 100 kilometers apart. If they jump towards each other, they won't reach all the way, but they would get very close.
I really just hope that both teams activate the beacons at the same time and just go on the other sides instantly.
Just pass
That'd
each
be
other.
something great, yeah.
As we've seen, we've only seen one team so far in this tournament yesterday use these micro jump units to try to jump their whole team as a unit, and that was the Sinusoidal Field Theory team. They mostly were successful in that, except for one malediction that went the opposite direction of all of his friends and ended up out of the arena. So these
game
of
is
course,
hard. So
yes.
Using these beacons is a little bit tricky.
And now the Scum team has actually decided they don't like the beacon they're at, and they're making their way to another one of the beacons. So they're heading away from Noir and getting to the far opposite corner of the cube, basically.
Yeah, exactly. And just a little bit of history on these teams. Scum is a sort of a low-sec pirate alliance, more mercenary group. They kind of do a little bit of everything. They are true mercenaries. They've been around EVE for a very long time. They have a very storied history in the Alliance Tournament. Last year, they did not do as good as they would have liked, so they put in a lot of practice this year. So let's see if that practice is going to pay off in this match.
Yeah,
I mean,
Noir, of course, is partially famous for their mercenary activities, partially for a very long-running podcast that their leader, Alexiev Card, runs that now includes one of our active CSM members, Ali Aras. And they've traditionally underperformed a little bit in the tournament, but I know that that's just kind of increased their desire to change that image and do really well this year.
Yeah, exactly. They've been skirming with other teams in the tournament. And it looks like now we've got a few drones out. These teams are actually really similar, even though they're like completely different on the way it looks. Like they both have rep drones. Like the Scum team has rep drones and ECM drones. The Noir team has rep drones, and I saw some geckos out at the beginning.
Yeah, it looks like EOS is probably carrying geckos. We've been seeing a lot of those used in this tournament so far. Of course, there's a limited supply of geckos in the game. They were given out as a special prize to everyone who is subscribed to the game as of our 11th birthday. And that means that they're not continuously being added. You can't build more geckos at this point. So every one of them that gets destroyed is one less that the game has.
So long with the rares. Okay, so the match has been going on for 5 minutes. It's usually you got the ice water in your veins in the beginning, and you're like, we give you credit when you don't zerg in the very beginning. But after 5 minutes, like, what should these teams be thinking right now? Like,
at this point, they've got to be thinking about what they're going to do if the game does go to time for the first segment of it. In that case, if they can get a kill of a small ship right before the end, though actually, as I say that, the Noir guys are starting to charge across. We've got a couple of their frigs moving fairly quickly towards the center of the arena. Now that's leaving them very exposed. They're a long way away from their support. So I'm not sure exactly what their plan is with that. If all those damps get applied to the Aneros as they're out here, then they're going to be in a lot of danger.
Yeah, these nightmares we very rarely see nightmares in the tournament. I don't know if there's a good reason behind it or not, but they get a great tracking bonus to their pulses, and pulses themselves get a great range bonus with Scorch. Some may say it's a little bit imbalanced. They're kind of neat to play with. Very good tracking is a good thing, and it doesn't look like Noir have any tracking disruptors, so these nightmares are sitting pretty.
I think one of the reasons, as the nightmares are now firing, we're going to see how well they manage to get hits. Nightmares are extremely powerful ships. They were given an extra slot and a new afterburner bonus in the Kronos release, but they're very vulnerable to E-War. They can be damped and they can be tracking disrupted, and that's always something that you have to be very careful about in a tournament setting.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, damps and tracking disruptors, you might not see it in small gang fights on TQ. Well, a little bit, but not nearly as organized as you see it in the tournament, and they're practically all over the place. If you've got a team without any form of E-War, probably going to have a bad time in the tournament. That's what the control bar looks like on your screen, among other things. So you can see Scum have a pretty decent control bar, at least huge compared to Noir's control bar.
Yeah, and that's going to be coming from those the E-War they've got sitting on their Mollusk and then spread across Harpies and Worms as well. It's only, I think, a matter of time until one of these guys has to move in and get a kill. If this thing goes to the full time while the points are tied, then we're going to actually see time start to speed up. Which will give the logistics pilots a much harder time keeping their ships alive. And maybe
that'll be a disaster.
Maybe each side thinks that they're just more skilled and will be able to react to the faster time more effectively than their opponents. I'm not sure.
Yeah, maybe they just have sick micro skills and they just want to put that to the test and just like flaunt it for everyone. But now there's 2 minutes left in the match. If it does go to time, as Fozzie said, it will go into like super mega tie-dye, reverse tie-dye, so everything speeds up. And we'll have a 5-minute window to see how it goes.
That being said, if either one of these teams can kill one ship immediately before time runs out, then they'll win on points. So the first thing we do when time runs out is we see if any team has a points advantage. Right now, both are sitting at 0 points killed. If they can kill one of the frigates and snipe it right within this last minute and keep the rest of their ships alive, that will give them the win.
All right, we've got a development, boys. Noir is going down back to the jump beacon that they were initially going to. Looks like they made up their minds. They're all crowding around that, except for this one daredevil by Sovereign. He's kind of hanging out a little bit. I hope he doesn't get sniped.
And Scum is sitting at their own beacon. So they're at the opposite corners right now.
Please
having
Please cross jump.
If they cross jump each other from here, they'll actually land like 30 kilometers away from each other. They'll jump past each other, but not the whole way past. So they'd actually be in a pretty good range to engage if they did that.
So who do you give the advantage to right here, right now, with 1 minute left in the match?
Honestly, I'd have to give it to Scum with more E-War. They can get the Logi damped out and then try to snipe some small ships. Longer range on the Nightmares as well. Though at this point, I have a hard time imagining that in the 20 seconds left, they're going to actually jump in and get a kill, which means we are going to go to speed up time. Now the Scum guys are jumping across the field. Scum are blinking across the field using the micro jump units. We see the entire side there. There we go. They're jumping as a unit towards the middle of the arena, and it looks like they're going to try to probably get a kill. It's too late now for them to get the kill before time runs out. We are now into fast time. Time is running at 1.5 times speed, and we're going to have to see how well Scum can take down the Heretic that they're primarying, but it's getting saved.
Heretic is holding. Those sick micro skills on the Noir team. You're showing everybody.
So every minute, time will start getting faster and faster. It's going 1.5 times speed now. Once the minute is up, it'll start going 2.25 times speed, and it'll continue accelerating from there.
All right, it looks like this is just what Noir wanted. They just wanted to be in super fast time. They're all rushing in with their support wing of Daredevils and Enyos.
We have a Daredevil webbed and painted. It looks like it's about to go down. The Daredevil of Terramis Calamity. There he goes. He's down. And a second Daredevil of Sovereign Apocalypse following right behind. That's 2 quick kills for Scum.
Yeah, Scum is just melting this Noir support wing, which is really not something Noir want. They need to get these Vindicators onto something. Looks like the Vindies are shooting a worm now, but
the Vindies are still down at the back. I don't know why they sent their frigates in while keeping most of their large ships all the way at the back of the arena. And now time has gone to 2.25 times speed, so you're seeing more than double speed Eve going on right now.
Yeah, this is kind of a disaster for the Noir team. Obviously, they won't be eliminated should they lose, but they do get a little bit taste of blood by killing a Mollis. Mm-hmm. That's good. A little bit too little too late, though I do like the call of shooting the Mollis pretty quickly. At
this point, the big ships are dead, so it is still possible for Noir to take this, but it is not looking good. Having lost a lot of frigs early on, it means that the support wing for Scum is going to be much harder to kill, although as I say that, a worm goes down for Scum.
Yeah, I mean, this is just kind of crazy. Noir are kind of repping now. They're holding a little bit better. Yeah. Nobody's shooting each other's Logi. Okay, now there we go. The Basilisk. The Scum Bassi is getting shot at, which is a great target for these Noir guys to shoot at.
So there is now a web on the Basilisk for Scum. If Noir can take that Basilisk down, that's going to put them into a pretty big lead, especially considering that the Aneros, there he goes. Wow. Because time is sped up now to 3.5 times speed, and so there's no way that he was able to tank Vindy and a Navy Mega at triple speed.
All right, we've got a game now. It might not look like it, but we totally do. I think, actually...
The Aneros is now webbed. Noir's Aneros is webbed, and it's going down.
Oh, this is not what they wanted.
If Noir wants to take this, they need to take down some of the DPS fast. They need to knock down a Nightmare or finish off the Worms before that Aneros goes down.
Yeah, they really need to kill one of these Nightmares. The Vindy Navy Mega is better than the Nightmare combo in terms of DPS. So if they just focus on that right now, they can potentially win.
All right, so now neither side has Logis. We have a bigger frigate wing up for Scum. That frigate wing is dropping fast. It looks like the Alexei of Cards Vindicator was webbed there, but it's off now. And Black Matrix's Nightmare for Scum is the primary, and it is going through shields pretty quickly.
Yeah. Oh, geez, this is close. Scum is shooting an Eos, which is a good target here, I think. Removing the links.
Eos is probably going to die before the Nightmare, but that Nightmare is going to die, which is going to leave us a Vindicator and Navy Mega at 5 times speed versus double Nightmare Vulture, double Worm Harpy.
Oh, this Vindy is melting so fast, though. Oh, geez.
Yes, the Nightmare Black Matrix is pulling back shields, which means that, yes, him staying alive is getting Alexei Card down, and wow.
Oh, hashtag baited. So baited.
The Nightmare of Black Matrix is using his local shield booster and pulling back shields. Or actually, you know what? I think that's just mostly passive recharge. It's because time is going so fast that his passive recharge is looking like a shield booster. And that is the match. Noir Mercenary Group and Scum decided to brawl in super speed.
That was crazy. That was actually crazy, and that was amazing.
And that is something you can only see here at the Alliance Tournament. With that, Noir Mercer group will get sent to the elimination matches, and Scum moves on through the winners bracket. We'll send you to some player ads, and then we'll be back very soon for a much anticipated match between Waffles and Ministry of Inappropriate Footwork.
You want to stay up to date on the market? You spend most of your time blowing stuff up, but you want to know why clicks are so damn high? Then watch EVE Talk, your weekly look at the market in EVE Online. EVE Talk with me, the Lone Wolf, every Saturday, only on YouTube.
Have sort of a poisonous leadership. Poisonous leadership. Poisonous leadership. Poisonous leadership. Poisonous leadership.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. This is CCP Fozzie, joined once again by Elise Randolph, and we have a really cool match coming up for you now. Waffles versus Ministry of Inappropriate Footwork. I was getting worried after these first two matches had no flagships that we were going to be bucking the first weekend trend to flagships everywhere, but then the Waffles came to the rescue, and that is their flagship Armageddon, piloted by Ryu Chaos.
Indeed, and in fact, Waffles during the bans had banned the Geddon, or never mind. The MIF team had banned the Geddon, and Waffle just said, you know what, we've got a Geddon flagship, just going to bring it. So it's Footwork in blue, Waffles in red. Footwork brought an Underman team, but it's going to be a tough nut to crack. Waffles have a more traditional team with their flag Geddon, some Vexers, and they're just going to go to town right now.
Yeah, the Waffles charging in a little bit. We're seeing the drones now dropped. It's infiltrators for the most part and geckos by the Ministry of Inappropriate Footwork team. They're going to be tinkering, trying to get a very strong tank, and it looks like Waffles are going to try to break that Navy Vexer first.
Yeah, that's a good choice by the Waffles. I mean, the Footwork team, they really didn't want to see a Geddon here, and now they have to see not only a Geddon, but a flag Geddon. So this is not going to be great for them. You can see the first Navy Vexer piloted by Grim starting to break now.
You can see just a moment ago that control bar for Waffles went from not very full to extremely full, and that's when those Armageddon newts suddenly turned on the Proteus. They are going to be applying a lot of newting power to the Proteus and making it much harder for him to keep all of his reps going.
Yeah, with this amount of reps, the Waffles are splitting damage a little bit. Looks like the Footwork team has managed to get some of their drones onto Daniel in these Waffles Onirios. That's basically their only hope right here, is to hold tank and never mind, they're shooting this Vexer instead.
Yep.
They could screw the Onirios. They just don't have
Swiss and the Vexer is down.
Blood.
That is a big kill. Anytime you can knock down DPS when you're flying these Tinker teams, it really, really helps relieve the pressure on your logistics, and a Vexer does a lot of DPS, so getting him off the field is an excellent choice.
Yep, the Footwork team have damps on their EOSs, I guess, and they just threw the damps on the Neros. The Neros couldn't get in range fast enough, and wham bam.
Now they're going to try Virus Pottage in the second Vexer and see if they can bring him down. He's got webs on him, he's got reps, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough.
Geez, this is not looking too good for Waffles. These Vexers represent a huge amount of their DPS. They don't have a very heavy core of ships. They've got a Geddon and an EOS for their main damage. These Vexers were something they were definitely counting on.
All right, it looks like to try to change things up, the Waffles have decided to put all of their damage onto Stormwind Bloodfeather, the Proteus for Ministry of Inappropriate Footwork. They're going to try to break him now that they've been nuding him for a while, and he is going down to half armor. He is slowly dropping. If they can bring him down, that'll swing this match pretty heavily.
Yep, this Stormwind guy is taking massive damage. But is it going to be enough? It looks like it might be enough.
Yes, I mean, so we're now seeing a bunch of shield damage onto the flagship Armageddon for the Waffles. It might be that Ministry of Inappropriate Footwork realizes that they need to take that nuding off the field. But then again, Stormwind's pulling back his armor now.
Oh, jeez, Waffles. Waffles, please.
So we've now had two Vexers and one Heretic killed, and there's a second Heretic coming up very quickly down for Waffles. There we go. And that still no kills against Ministry of Inappropriate Footwork. But considering this is a Tinker setup, any one loss will be pretty crippling for them. So they need to keep their whole team alive.
Yeah, absolutely. The Waffles don't really care about their Heretics in this particular matchup. Generally, they're very good at killing drones and things like that, which we don't really see them doing too much of. Waffles do have ECM drones out, though, so maybe they're hoping A lucky jam cycle will be right up their alley, but
except that they're still applying damage to the Proteus, so the jam cycles wouldn't help too much. Meanwhile, Rodix's Vexor, the last remaining Vexor for Waffles, is dropping into about half armor and going down quickly. Once he's down, that's again a lot of DPS off the field that could have been applied to Stormwind.
yeah, geez, this is not too good, not too good at all.
That being said,
so if you're in this position,
oh, go ahead.
if you're in this position, if you're in Waffles, what you want to do is probably start killing some of these drones, just to manage the DPS a little bit, because time is on your side now. I mean, you've lost your Vexors already, so might as well just go full ham and just save as many other ships as you can right now.
We're going to have to see who the next primary is. There's a web on the Aneros of Daniel for Waffles. We'll see if they get much damage applied. Yep, there they go. The drones have caught up with him, and they're going to try to bring down that Aneros. If they can do that while Stormwind stays alive, that's going to be another really big step for Ministry of Inappropriate Footwork.
Yeah, we've got honest-to-God web drones by the Footwork team that have managed to hit the Aneros web drones, something that we almost never see. It looks like there's one flight of web drones, and then the rest are damage drones. And it's working, I guess.
Yeah.
Daniel's just eating it right now.
He's pulling away a bit from the drones now, but I'm not sure if it's going to be enough because those web drones are keeping him able to be hit by the geckos pretty effectively. And meanwhile, again, Stormwind Bloodfeather in the Proteus continues to hold on just fine. He's dropped as low as about 1/3 armor, but then bounces himself back up. This is obviously, as we've mentioned before, a very stressful position to be in, being the Logistics Tech 3 for a Tinker setup.
Yeah, absolutely, especially for an armor setup. You've got so many buttons to mash, and it's just so hard to manage everything and overheat. And make sure your guys are repped. You can just get like a small heart attack just thinking about it.
So Daniel, it looks like he's outrunning the drones right now that are chasing him and pulling back his armor. But while he's doing that, he can't rep the Armageddon of Ryo Chaos.
Yeah, he's either got to save the flagship or save himself. So.
And the drones have now pulled back. So he's out of range, he's damped, and the drones are all pulling back, and they're going to try to take down this Armageddon before he can get within range. And a reminder, this is a flagship Armageddon, so not only is it probably very valuable, but also if Waffles lose it, they can't bring another flagship for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, so for Waffles right now, do you just say, okay, I'm going to save the flagship, I'm going to just eat this match and call it a loss, but try and save my flagship and just kind of boogie out with it, or what do you
honestly,
do?
It's a tough choice. They keep getting glimpses of maybe being able to kill a Vexor Navy issue or something like that, but then it's just not coming together. If anything, you should probably just be pulling some distance, trying to kill off some drones, and then that'll give you the time to kind of reevaluate your position.
So this Footwork team, they didn't make a lot of waves for some reason, but last year the only teams they lost to were Hydra and Agony, two really, really strong tournament teams. Hydra, obviously one of the top 2, and Agony top 10 in my books, to be honest.
And there we see an EOS dropping for Waffles. At this point, Waffles I don't think has any way of winning this match. If they want to try to save their flagship, that's got to be their goal at this point. Ministry of Inappropriate Footwork is a team that I was a huge fan of last year because they did kind of come out of nowhere. We were very impressed. They came and helped us out with some testing of the tournament tool and actually just kind of surprised us with their professionalism in that. And then all of a sudden they did amazingly in the tournament as well. And it was great to see them kind of come out of nowhere. As this flagship drops into low armor, he is webbed, and I don't think he's going to be able to escape.
Yeah, I don't think so either. He's trying to motor out, but he's webbed.
And it's not just web drones. He's got actual webs on him, I think, from the hostile team because he's in close. There he goes. That's the flagship gone for Waffles, and that's got to hurt. This is a match that it seems most observers thought would go to Waffles. I actually had Ministry of Inappropriate Footwork as my prediction for the match, but it seemed from talking to people and seeing the betting and all that Waffles were the favorite, and Ministry of Inappropriate Footwork showing that as now the Aneros dies as well, that they are here to hopefully repeat and even improve on their excellent performance from last year.
Yeah, absolutely. And last year they were one of the few teams to make use of these Tinker sort of teams. We saw them used earlier in the tournament yesterday in day 1, and I don't think a single Tinker won a match. They didn't even get close. They were all 100-0 wipes. Well, this time they took an Underman team, they took a Tinker, they bucked all the trends, and they tried to ban again, they saw again, and they still managed to win.
As the heretic drops down now it's just a matter of time. God's messenger and his Eos will be going down pretty soon, most likely, as all the damage moves to him. And Ministry of Inappropriate Footwork holding together. It'd be great to see a screenshot of the modules on that Proteus after the fight. I have a feeling that at the point he was being primaried, he had to overheat a lot of modules and keep himself
absolutely. If anyone's got Stormwind Bloodfeather's ear, just have him like take a screenie, take a selfie, post it on Twitter. Hashtag heart attack.
Yeah, and so would you say, Elise, is the thing that sets apart this Tinker as opposed to the ones we saw that didn't work out so well yesterday? So we saw people trying to repeat the triple shield dummy Tinker. What is it about this Tinker that makes it more effective?
Well, these ones you saw, they could project their damage, so they used their drones really effectively. They didn't put too many points in, and most importantly is they had command ships for the links. And not only do they have one command ship, they have 3 command ships. So that's 6 links. And you can see they even have armor bots. So, I mean, at any point, these EOSs could have just recalled their drones, throw their armor bots on the Proteus. And that's 15 armor bots. That's a huge amount of rep. So they didn't even have to use it for this one, and they kind of went by.
So coming up against a team like this, with all the flexibility advantages that a drone damage and drone repairing team can have, you also want to try to take advantage of the fact that you can kill off the drones. That's one thing we didn't see a lot of out of Waffles, but a team that is more mobile, it's very likely that this Ministry of Inappropriate Footwork team doesn't have a lot of prop mods, can keep range and kind of pick apart the drones bit by bit, especially if those Vexor Navy issues. We talked about a little bit yesterday. Vexor Navy issues are a ship we're going to see probably a lot of in this tournament, but they're very vulnerable in that they can't carry extra drones. They only have enough room for the one full flight of heavy drones or sentry drones. And so if you kill their drones, that's a drone that they don't have. They can't just replace it. And that means that you've just taken a chunk of their damage right out of the fight.
Yep, and with that, the match is over. The Waffle Molluses, which Molluses, good ships in the tournament, not really useful against this matchup. At least they were left alive, so that's kind of cool. Maybe they can scoop some of these augmented ogres, which are pretty expensive, before the match actually ends.
Yep, and with that, Ministry of Inappropriate Footwork moving on in the winners bracket, as I think a lot of people may have expected them to do if they remembered them from last year. Waffles going down into the elimination rounds, and we're going to send you to some ads and then be back for Mortis versus Coven very soon.
Oh no, I bombed.
You bombed us.
So I'm sorry, guys.
September 13th, the EVE Online Gaming Event. Hashtag _NT. Be there or be a douchebag.
In Eve, the only thing worth more than Isk is trust. This October 4th in Amsterdam, Eve is real.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. This is CSP Fozzie, joined by Elise Randolph, and we're here to bring you the next match of Day 2 of the 12th Alliance Tournament. This is Mortis versus Coven, and you are going to see some very, very pretty frigates on both sides here, especially Mortis, who has brought 3 Garmers, one of the great new ships that recently added to the game. Very fast, light missile ships, great range. Mortis has brought 3 Rattlesnakes, a Scimitar, 3 Worms, 3 Garmers, and a Corax.
Yeah, absolutely. If you're a Garistas ship lover, you're going to love this match. Before we get into the match itself, it looks like the Rattlesnakes from Mortis came in at 0, and everyone else, all their support came in at range. For Coven, most of their core ships came in at 30. All the frigates came in at 50. And it looks like the frigates, some of them are running back to the beacon, some of them are charging forward. But for the Mortis ships, they're all going back. No, they're just chilling in Odin.
So the match has started, and the Rattlesnakes have dropped Curator drones. We're going to see how effective those are at taking down the Vexor Navy issue that they're primarying. It dropped pretty quickly into half armor, and it looks like it is going to go down.
Oh, Garmer down. Garmer just instantly blapped by these Helas, and Helas are just obliterating these Garmers. But at the same time, Coven lose a Navy Vexor. So 2 Garmers for a Navy Vexor, that's an okay trade, but they're also shooting the Simi. That's not something you want.
Yes, Coven Scimitar has damps on him, so he can't get too far away, and he's got a target painter on him, and these drones are smashing him pretty hard. Curator 2s and the missiles as well. Both
Scimitars are taking heavy damage. Whoever drops down first is probably going to have a huge leg up in the rest of the match. It looks like Coven might actually lose their Scimitar first.
Yes, it definitely looks like there's more damage being applied to the Coven Scimitar. He is boosting with an ASB, but I think it's only a matter of time now before he runs out of charges. He may only have 1 or 2 boosts left, and at that point, he's going to drop pretty quickly. Though, that being said, there goes Mortis's.
Yeah, prediction wrong.
Yep.
Mortis dropped first in their Scimitar, but the Coven Scimitar, he's actually not getting hit by drones. He's just getting hit by rattlesnake missiles. Mm-hmm. And he's now pulling range. He's making his way to this beacon, it looks like.
If he can micro jump drive away, then that'll be really impressive.
On the Garmer down, pretty little Garmers. They're really fast. They've got a scram bonus. They've got really good light missiles. Something that Coven really didn't want. They actually banned out the Heretic, which is probably the first time I've ever said that, and first time I'll ever say that.
Yeah, Heretic, obviously a very popular ship in this tournament so far, but also pretty replaceable. There's a lot of other ships that can serve its purpose. This Scimitar, by surviving this long, is basically giving his whole team a big, deep breath. They don't have all that damage being applied to the Helas or to other damaged ships that could be taking their damage off the field. As I say that, though, Mortis has switched their damage over to the Hela of Xeobar.
Yeah, Mortis is still using these Curators. I'm not sure if that's the best move, but right now their entire frigate wing, you can't even try and save it. And the Curators killed Hela. Okay.
The Hela went down very quickly. The Scimitar looks like was out of range. I didn't see any reps applied to the Hela, so the Simi had gone too far away. And now they're probably going to switch. There we go. We got a target painter applied to the next Hela of Biggie. You're going to see that target painter go on to whoever they're going to shoot next, generally.
Yeah, but against Scimitar, you don't really want to be using Curators. Curators do EM damage. Scimitars have this massive EM resist. Mm-hmm. So it looks like there's just one Gecko making his way over to the Scimitar just to help those Curators out.
So as of now, their Scimitar is taking more damage, but all of the frigates are gone for Mortis. They have lost every single one of them. They only have the Rattlesnakes and the Corax left, and they're quite far behind in points. So they need to start getting some kills and knocking down some DPS, because I have a feeling these Rattlesnakes won't hold up very well to the damage of a Nighthawk and 2 Helas. And 3
Yeah,
worms.
Exactly. But if they can force the Scimitar to run away and then quickly switch over to one of these Helas and blap them again, then that's their winning thing. These Rattlesnakes can have a pretty substantial tank. Not enough to tank what's on the field now, but kill 2 Helas and they can probably.
Yeah. Oh, we'll see. The tank is about to come under a test now, as Mr. Paro in his rattlesnake is the new primary for Coven, and we'll see how long he's able to hold up. He's already down to about 60% shields.
Yep. So I mean, the Coven team has 2 Molluses, which have amazing dams. Dams generally not good against drone teams because you can just assign your drones to someone else. But in this case, when there's only 3 ships left alive, these dams are suddenly become super effective.
Yeah, it makes it very hard to choose who your drones are going to be going up against. That being said, the drones are able to take down a worm very effectively. So these worms, although they're very small, do actually represent pretty significant DPS, and every single one of them you can take off the field means less damage being applied to that rattlesnake, whose tank is holding, but barely.
Yeah, he's probably ASB fit. He's probably not going to last forever.
Yep.
Maybe. He got a worm.
He got another worm, and I just saw him boost again, so he hasn't fully run out yet. We'll have to see whether he might actually have a second non-ASB booster in there, or if he's out. He may be out now because I see the boosting has stopped. Yep, and so that means he's probably going to be dropping through quickly. But that being said, if they can kill some more Gilas, some more worms, then these last 2 rattlesnakes may be able to take the fight for them.
Yeah, I think they should probably be focusing on the Gilas instead of the worms because they seem to kill the Gila just as fast. But this rattlesnake is in ASB reload. He is not going to live for much longer. Maybe he's like dual tanked or something cool. Nope, not dual tanked. Definitely not dual tanked. He is dying.
Yeah, he's dropping very quickly through armor, and it's very unlikely that he'll survive long enough for his ASB reload to finish. And so that's going to leave 2 rattlesnakes versus a Nighthawk, Scimitar, 2 Gilas, 2 Molluses, a worm, and a crow, which is a pretty tall order for only 2 shifts.
Yeah, no, that's not going to be too good for Mortis, the only representative from the new Battlelink coalition. They're going to have lost, it looks like, in their first match as the rattlesnake goes down. 2 rattlesnakes left.
So the damage from Mortis is now being applied to the Gila Biggie, but he's holding on just fine. He's got reps in there from the Scimitar, and it looks like he's able to shrug off the damage, especially now that there's only 2 rattlesnakes shooting at him.
Yeah, it looks like Coven actually shot the rattlesnake's curators because I don't see any drones out for anyone. I mean, there's 2 Molluses left and only 2 rattlesnakes. That means each rattlesnake can lock maybe 6 kilometers if they're lucky. And you can see Coven, they're like a good 20 kilometers away at least. So
one of them is definitely all right. So we have 2 geckos out by one of the rattlesnakes, and
nice.
There's 2 geckos in the field. Whatever the combo looks like, one of them has no connection to it. So 1 gecko and then a bunch of warriors are the drones currently being used. Warriors are going to be auto-aggressing on these drones that are hitting the rattlesnakes, and maybe if they can clear some of those off, they can reduce the DPS.
Yeah, maybe. Probably not, though.
Doesn't really look like it, no. Actually, they've now switched back to curators. So they've got 1 gecko and 2 curators out. It's always kind of funny watching these rattlesnakes and other Grista ships go because they don't have a whole lot of drones. So it's funny with the team only has 3 total drones out in the field, but these drones are actually doing a whole lot of damage. They're pretty super
they're
powerful.
Actually super drones. They're not just normal drones. They're like the Jose Canseco of drones. They're juicing.
Mm-hmm. That being said, though, they're not doing enough to take down any of the Coven ships, and the second rattlesnake for Mortis, Arthur Cato, is dropping into armor now, and he's likely going to follow the same pattern that we saw from Mr. Paro. There he goes into structure, and that'll be all she wrote for him.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is a pretty solid team, actually, by Coven. Like, I really like it. They've got DPS covered, they've got E-War covered, they've got tackle covered. I don't know what this crow's doing, but whatever, it's working. And they just made it work against a triple rattlesnake core, which pretty durable.
Yeah, these triple Gila teams, we've been seeing a lot of flexibility from them. You can combine them with a lot of other things. You can combine them with even more DPS, as we saw from the Sleeper Social Club guys yesterday. You can combine them with E-War, and they are both mobile and high damage, and they can actually hit small targets pretty effectively.
Yeah, yesterday we saw the Gila and the rattlesnake banned out a lot during the match. Mm-hmm. This is one of the... Today is actually just banning out Gens and stuff. So we got to see a lot of rattlesnakes and Gilas potentially slip through. Yeah, I'd say this is probably the best Gila team we've seen of the day. And of the tournament, maybe. Of the day.
I definitely say the most exciting Gila team that I've seen so far this tournament with the Sleeper Social Club one. That the Ham and Drone Gila that with the Orthrus. That we're seeing a micro jump drive from the last Rattlesnake.
Rattlesnake, blink your way to victory. You can do it, buddy. You can do it. He can't. He's in the center of the arena, so he cannot boundary violate, and he's safe. Look at him.
Yep.
All safe.
Got himself out to 100 kilometers away from the beacon, and his goal at this point, I'm sure, is to keep that pretty expensive Rattlesnake alive for the last minute, which his clutch jump out probably did for him.
He dropped bouncers there now, and the mollusks totally don't have dams on him right now. Well, they do now. Okay, well. He had locked for a good half a second. He could lock things, and it was probably really great.
Mm-hmm. A half a second for a battleship, though, trying to lock a frigate is not.
Well, he got to see the locking screen come up, so that's got to be heartwarming for a little bit.
It's now just 31 seconds left. After this match, we're going to be moving on to Godfathers versus Shadow Cartel, which I think looks like it's going to be a pretty solid match as well. Godfathers is a team that has done very well in the tournament before, and Shadow Cartel has as well, actually. Shadow Cartel also is known for having some pretty exciting setups.
Yep, we will not be seeing rattlesnakes in the next match, as Shadow Cartel has banned it.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe we'll see some Gilas. I don't know. Godfather's only banned Get and Ishtar, so...
It is very possible. And with that is going to be the time running out in 1 second. There we go. And so the final Rattlesnake of Kirka is going to survive this match, and he gets to keep the ship. But Mortis drops down to the loser's bracket while Coven moves on through the winner's bracket. With that, we'll send you to some more player ads and be back in just a few minutes for Godfathers versus Shadow Cartel.
lines.
Welcome back, everyone. This is CCB Fozzie, joined by Elise Randolph. We're bringing you the Godfathers versus Shadow Cartel this next match on day 2 of Alliance Tournament 12. We're going to go see if my streak of predicting matches can continue. I'm 4 for 4 so far. I predicted Godfathers before this whole thing started, and they've definitely brought out something very ballsy and exciting, actually. There's a flagship on the field from them. The Armageddon flagship for Godfathers is joined by a Balgorn, an Eos, Proteus, and Neuros. Single Purifier, double Ishkur, double Heron, and Incursus. That's a lot of nuding on that side.
Yeah, absolutely. In Shadow Cartel in blue, they brought a Gila Navy Vexor team. Interestingly enough, first time up today, they brought 2 bursts. Bursts are the logistics frigates. There's a special rule for the bursts you can have, and all Logi frigates, is that you can have 2 of them. The 2 of them are super efficient when it comes to points. You can see Shadow Cartel is throwing their drones out right now, going on that Kalish Eos, who got warped to 0 at the beacon. So that's their primary.
However, there you go. He's taken some pretty big chunks of damage. It looks like he's going to drop down. We're not seeing any reps on him from the Aneros. The Aneros is damped and it looks like it doesn't have lock.
Bam, there he goes. There he goes. And it looks like Godfathers are trying to catch this Paquito in the Gila, but he's going too fast. He's just outrunning these drones.
Yeah, we're not seeing any of the newts or NOS applied from the Balgorn and Armageddon yet. Looks like they may have, there you go, they just got them onto King Rudel in the Gila, and he's going to be out of cap very quickly. It looks like they applied both of the ships worth of NOS and newts onto him. But they keep losing ships. They've lost an Eos, an Ishkur, and an Incursus so far, and another Ishkur is following right behind.
Yeah, looks like a Gila is now taking damage, and these bursts aren't able to keep him up. They're doing an okay job, actually. I take that back. He's breaking very, very slowly for a Gila. Like you would expect it to be dead already, but he's tanking.
Yeah, especially considering that we're not seeing any hardeners on him because of the newts. He is staying up a long time. He is going to go down, but these extra seconds that the burst bought him means that they're actually able to eat into this Proteus quite a bit in this time. This is some very good early kills for the Shadow Cartel. They've managed to take down an Eos and 3 frigs and get a Proteus to half armor before they lost their first ship.
That's a great trade for Shadow Cartel. I mean, it's really easy to just snooze on these bursts, but they're pretty significant.
For Shadow Cartel, of course, they need to know that the long game is not in their favor. With the Balgorn and Armageddon on the field, over time, they're just going to be running out of cap on the Gilas, on the Vexor Navy issues, on the Eos. And the faster they can take down these ships, the better. They want a short, quick match.
Yeah, absolutely. Though, at the same time, the Balgorn and Geddon, when you see this 2 battleship core, generally they do better when there's like a core that they can attack, or if there's a Logi or a linchpin, they can newt out web and inflict their version of pain on with these newts. But instead, there's a whole bunch of Gilas and cruiser hulls. Like, what are you going to do? You can't grab them all. You can't newt them all.
Yep, so the Proteus is now down, and C. Luigi's Aneros, the logistics ship for the Godfathers, is now surrounded by a swarm of Gila drones, and he's dropping into low armor and will be dead. There he goes off the field. Again, a really, really commanding start for Shadow Cartel. It definitely looks like they're going to be taking this match.
Yeah, they've got this in the bag now. They got that early Eos dead. They got the early the trades went their way. Looks like they're going to lose a Navy Vexor as well as to go along with the 1 Gila they lost, but too little too late. This Flaggeddon's going to die.
Yeah, that's going to be the second flagship we've seen killed today. Flaggeddon's not surviving very well on day 2 of this Alliance tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a pretty interesting move to ban the Geddon and then take 2 Balgorn and a Geddon. It's a neat little mind game, but Shadow Cartel just said, okay, that's a cool mind game. I'm just going to take what I wanted anyways. I don't care.
And with all that damage, they've been able to just burst through everything. And there you go. That's the Armageddon down. That's a flagship, probably very expensive. We're going to get to see the fit, I'm sure, linked around on Twitter and Reddit and all that very soon. And the Balgord is next. This is Shadow Cartel.
Floppy.
They're not even losing that Vexor Navy. He's surviving in like 10%
4% structure.
It's
4%
amazing.
structure. These bursts are just saving him. Look at him go.
Those are some great hero bursts. So this is the second time we've seen the frigate logistics used in this tournament so far. The first time was Hun Reloaded, who brought what I think was a pretty good setup, but weren't able to beat Sleeper Social Club with it. This is the first victory of them, and I definitely think we're going to be seeing more of it. They're very clever little ships to use because they only cost you 4 points, and we saw some teams use them really well.
Efficient in terms of, they're like incredibly point efficient in terms of reps. They're the most efficient that you can get.
Mm-hmm. And with that is the end of the match. An extremely fast kill for Shadow Cartel. They've become known for bringing very aggressive setups, and this is no different. We're going to send you back to some ads and then come back for what I'm sure is one of the really anticipated matches of this weekend, Afterlife versus Pandemic Legion.
Because of winning with broadswords and then winning with Dominic's. This was a very interesting match. I'm going to come back and look at this later. Oh no, he's so cool, but not very good.
Hello and welcome, everyone. This is CCP Fozzie, joined by Elise Randolph, a very nervous Elise Randolph, and we are here to show you Afterlife versus Pandemic Legion. This is definitely one of the most anticipated matches of the day, definitely the most bet-on match of the day, and PL has brought in a Rattlesnake team, kind of similar to what you saw from them last year. Double Rattlesnake, Nighthawk, Basilisk, and then a bunch of Salt Frigs and Faction Frigs, Hawks, Harpies, Worms, and a Korax. And then Afterlife has brought in Tinker. What do you tell us a little bit about that, Elise?
Yeah, the Afterlife took a six-man team, undermanned, but it's a Tinker, very similar to what Footwork did earlier in the day. They've got 3 Ishtars as their core, a Loki as the logistics ship, and a Marauder Golem to try and project some damage across the field. It's sort of like a 2-part Tinker, if you want to say. Mm-hmm. So the Golem can go in Bastion and tank a lot of damage, and the Loki can rep all the Ishtars up and the Vulture.
So
and
the
it's a pretty strong setup, actually.
Match has begun. There's bouncers dropped by the Ishtars for Afterlife, and they're going straight for Lucas Kwan's Basilisk. We're seeing a target painter on it. The bouncers are on him. He's dropping into low shields. It looks like he's got an ASB, but I have a feeling he's going to be dropping this. Probably not going to be enough. Yep, there he goes into structure, and that's going to be first blood for... I may have said it too soon. There we go. First blood for Afterlife. They have taken down the Basilisk of Lucas Kwan. That is the logistics for PL. That's the kill they needed to make early.
Absolutely. I don't know what he was doing. He was coming in with the rest of the team instead of running away. I guess he was trying to kite these bouncers a little bit. But you can see PL is now running into the center of the arena, or where all of the guys are at. And they're just trying to break this Loki, push him, harass him a little bit, see what happens.
Yep. So like other Tinker setups we've seen, they have a Tech 3 strategic cruiser as the logistics ship. So it's fitting remote reps and also a very big local tank and getting capacitor fed to it by the other ships on the team. And PL has decided they just want to try to break right through that Loki. So far unsuccessfully. We do see a smart bomb going off from the Golem of Jonathan Kane in Afterlife, and he's going to try to knock down any drones, especially from these worms that are doing extra damage to the Loki.
Yeah, the Ishtars abandoned their bouncers, it looks like, threw out geckos and threw them all over on some of this PL frigate wing. Destoya managed to kite them out about 60 kilometers, but he eventually fell. PL is pretty much losing a lot of ground really fast here. They're going to have to break this Loki and hope that maybe something breaks.
This is an excellent start for Afterlife. Afterlife, of course, are coming into this as the gigantic underdogs because PL is the defending champions and one of the big tournament dynasties. But Afterlife coming to an amazing, amazing start at the beginning here. If they can keep knocking down these worms, that's a very good choice on their part. Without the logistics, they go down fast, and there are a lot of DPS off the field. They need to reduce the DPS to reduce the pressure on that Loki.
Yeah, so this Afterlife team is Darkness and Despair from last year. Just same guys, different name. They did a pretty decent showing last year as another frigate from PL dies.
This is absolutely huge. We may be watching Pandemic Legion about to get knocked into the losers bracket on day 1 of the 12th Alliance Tournament. That would be huge.
Absolutely.
And it's not coming from a gigantic mistake from PL. This is a solid team that seems to be being flown quite well. But Afterlife have brought a really, really good Tinker that does a great job of killing what it needs to kill, the enemy logistics, and then knocking DPS off the field.
Loki's dying.
I spoke too soon. That Loki is now off the field. That means that PL now has the ability to take down these Ishtars quickly. They've lost a lot of their small ships, though, so it's up to basically these Rattlesnakes and Nighthawk to burst through the rest of the team. That Golem is probably going to have that Golem is probably going to have Bastion mode as a second line of defense. So the Ishtars and the Vulture are going to be pretty vulnerable, but the Golem is going to be a tough nut to crack. If Afterlife can knock down enough points off of PL while they still have ships alive, I think that's why they're going after the Rattlesnakes now, then that Golem could potentially stay alive and win the match on points.
Yeah, it's theoretically possible, very improbable. PL against the Tinker, probably the riskiest setup you can feel against PL is a Tinker. PL invented the Tinker, Black Horizon. It's his little love child. They finally managed to break it. That Loki broke, and now these Ishtars are going down, so it's going to be just a Golem and a Vulture against 2 Rattlesnakes, which are both taking damage.
There goes the Ishtar.
And some Hawks that no one really cares about.
I don't know why Afterlife is splitting damage across these 2 Rattlesnakes. It seems like a really bad choice here. They don't have any kind of damps that would be preventing them from locking both of them. Both the Rattlesnakes are on top of them. This seems like it's just a mistake in choosing targets by the Afterlife guys. They have damage split, and if they'd had all that damage concentrated, then we could have had Sala Cameron's Rattlesnake potentially dead by now.
Absolutely. Looks like he's going down now, so he actually might lose. This might not be over just yet. This golem could potentially battle ball and kind of own for a little while. Let's see what Sala Cameron's up to. This vulture's going down. So it'll be, it looks like one rattlesnake, a nighthawk, and some frigates versus a golem. Might be tricky, but I think rattlesnakes would then win on points because they've got the rattlesnake and nighthawk.
So the golem, if he can take down this first rattlesnake to reduce the damage, then he'd have to probably, I don't know, probably take down the frigs and the nighthawk, because then one golem beats one rattlesnake on points. But it'll be a tough road to go, as his last teammate, Mystic Rebels Vulture, goes off the field. And that's the captain for Afterlife and the ganglinks that were helping keep his tank up.
I think we Gucci now, boys. We Gucci. This Lordena Cameron's Sala is just kind of motoring around, running away from this golem. This golem is now sort of
getting away from a cruise missile golem, though. Not easy at all.
Yeah, I don't know why he's doing that, but whatever. It doesn't matter at this point. He's going to live.
The golem is dropping really fast now. I'm actually amazed at how quickly he's dropping through his shields. I don't know if he just didn't turn on his booster. His tank doesn't look nearly as strong as it could be. Potentially, this could be a situation similar to what we saw from the guys of Affirmative, who brought a bunch of target painters in the mids of one of their Marauders, expecting no one to primary it. Because this golem is going down much faster than I would have expected.
Yeah, Lordena looks like he reloaded it at ASP, so he's good. Golem down, heart still in my throat. That was really, really close. It may not have looked close, but if that Loki didn't die, the instant it died, this PL team would have been in the losers bracket.
I have to wonder if maybe he burned out a booster or a hardener or something like that, because he went from tanking to not tanking instantly, and that's the kind of mistake. It's one of those things that it's like you mentioned before, the drama of a Tinker team is often under the surface. It's hard to see all the decisions that are having to be made by these Tinker teams, all the management of heat and cap that the Logi pilot has to worry about, and that was just the situation where the Loki-ish smell there did put up a very noble defense for a long time, but one little thing slipped.
Yeah, wow, that was insane. That was absolutely insane. I am probably not doing a great job being commentator for this match because I'm definitely not impartial, but that was just ridiculous. Tinker versus PL, very risky move, very bold move.
And they almost pulled it off. That was
almost
incredibly
worked,
close to being successful. Afterlife showing some real chops. This is a team that I wouldn't want to come up against in the losers bracket, considering that they came within a hair's breadth of beating PL.
Yeah, that was. Whew.
And with that,
we are definitely not a team to sleep on.
Mm-hmm. With that, we're going to send you back to some player ads in GTCam, and then we'll be back very soon for the Methodical Alliance versus End of Life.
For day 4, that means that pretty much only the good teams and Test Alliance are left.
Test Alliance, please ignore. Worst of the best. Delicious spaghetti you eat while waiting for a prey to put its shiny paw into his career. So you always let jump, and let the body hit the floor and that is how the glue bump.
Hello and welcome back. This is CCP Fozzie, joined by Elise Randolph. I hope all of your heart rates have slowed down a little bit after that last match, and we're getting ready for the next one for you. It's Methodical Alliance versus End of Life. A very interesting setup for Methodical Alliance here. They've brought a Paladin, triple Rattlesnake, triple Jaguar, and a Tristan. Why don't you tell us a little bit about End of Life, Elise?
End of Life took a more traditional setup that we've seen today with the triple EOS core with some Navy Vexers and Ishkurs and some Punisher for tackle with an Onirios. They came in at range. Both teams came in at range, but because they came in at basically the same type of beacon, they're actually really, really close to one another. So probably going to see a lot of explosions and maybe even some other sort of fireworks.
The match has begun. The Paladin immediately went into Bastion mode, which is what you'd expect for a Paladin that doesn't need to move and that doesn't have any logistics with him. And the Rattlesnakes are cap transferring to each other. So it looks like these Rattlesnakes are going to try to do a kind of a local tank tinker with each other. We'll see how well that works for them.
That's actually very, very clever. End of Life has rep drones out, and see if Methodical can be clued in on this and start shooting those things. Because with the amount of rep drones they have, it's going to be tough to break anything.
Mm-hmm. The End of Life EOS of Lindsay is taking a bunch of damage, but is holding up pretty well in the tank. He's got reps on him from the Aniros. EOSs, of course, have very good resist, like all command ships, and so he's not going to be very easy to take down. We'll have to see whether the Methodical guys keep focusing on him or whether they give up eventually and switch, because he is hanging on pretty well at about 60% armor.
Yeah, those drones out of Nereos and an EOS just by itself is really good. You see these Punishers taking a little bit of just incidental damage. End of Life now swapping over to, or getting primaried of their own by another EOS.
Yep, it looks like
Methodical just kind of switching
some targets. Meanwhile, End of Life is going to try to take down the Frigs, which is a pretty smart move because these frigates don't have any logistics to keep them alive, and they're providing the webs that are helping slow down all of the EOSs, and that will eventually slow down the Vexers and the Neros when they're going to be taking fire from the big ships. So knocking the tackle off the field is a very good choice here, and will help them focus on the big ships.
Yeah, absolutely. As we say that the two Jaguars just melt, third one gone, Jaguar's gone. There are no bursts or anything fancy to rep those guys up. No rep drones coming from the End of Life team.
So General Vachon in the EOS is into structure now. He is going down. He's standing perfectly still on top of this Paladin instead of orbiting it. I really don't know why he's not moving. Yeah, there we go. He's dropped and he's gone.
Boom goes the dynamite on that one.
So he was webbed initially by the Jaguars, but then when the Jaguars died, the web came off him, and I was really expecting him to suddenly pick up speed, make himself harder to hit, because he was right beside a Paladin with pulse lasers. And if he just orbited, it would have reduced the damage quite a lot.
Yeah, and another thing, these Rattlesnakes look like they even have newts going as well. They're throwing on just whoever they're primarying. They're going after another EOS. They're saying, screw your rep drones, even though... Actually, no, I take that back. They've killed a few of the rep drones.
Yeah, the EOSs, meanwhile, they're primarying the Paladin. So End of Life is focusing all their damage on the Paladin, which is apparently just not noticing the damage at all. It is just sort of sitting there... feeling perfectly fine with itself. It went through shields. It's being neuted by the EOSs, as those EOSs themselves are being neuted by the Rattlesnakes. But it's hanging very pretty right now.
Yeah, wow, this is crazy. This Paladin is now sitting pretty. They've got two EOSs down. It can almost solo tank everything left on the field as they're going for the third EOS.
So at this
is
point,
like an upset in the making right here.
Yeah, this Methodical Alliance setup, I honestly was not expecting all that much out of it. I mean, they obviously had a plan to local tank the big ships and the Paladin and not care too much about losing the frigates, and that plan is just working out perfectly for them. I think it's partially because of some poor choices by the End of Life. Focusing on the Paladin at this point in the game seems like not the greatest idea, because they're obviously not able to break it, and we're still seeing a lot of damage going, or at least the newt's still being applied to it. Meanwhile, the last EOS for End of Life is about to go down. It's in structure now.
Yeah, you can see that they're not even focusing on the Oneros. They're just saying, well, we'll just plow through everything, and there it goes. EOS down.
Yep, so they're now focusing most of the end-of-life damage that's remaining on the first of the rattlesnakes here, and it is slowly dropping, but I don't think it's going to be enough. At this point, all there is that's dealing a lot of damage is these 2 Vexor Navy issues.
Yeah, if these rattlesnakes have a cap chain going, they should be able to run their local tank indefinitely. I don't see many newts or anything from the end-of-life team to affect that at all. Still, the rattlesnake is breaking. Obviously, if they could have this one back, they'd probably be shooting the rattlesnake from the beginning. Mm-hmm. But that's kind of a tough call to make, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, what they might have been afraid of is that if the fight went very long and the Paladin was still alive, that the Paladin could beat them on points. Because that's always the danger of a Bastion Marauder. If it's alive at the end of the fight, and when you have much of your DPS off the field, it can just become impossible to kill them. But in this case, their better bet might have been to try to knock down some of these rattlesnakes and then try to win on points by just keeping range from the Paladin. As we see, there are Neros now going down, and after that, I'm sure the rest of the team's going to fall apart pretty quickly.
Yeah, this is an amazing showing from the Methodical Alliance. They're making veteran decision-making, going after the Oneros right now when they realize that, hey, we might lose a rattlesnake here. We got to at least trade it for these Oneros so we can have a chance for the end game.
Yeah, they're making excellent choices all around. They built a setup that isn't made for trading a lot of ships really quickly. Doesn't have the highest damage, but it's a very strong tank and good staying power. The Paladin especially when it's in Bastion is immune to damps and tracking disruptors, which means there's nothing you can really do to prevent that damage from coming onto your team, especially when you're standing still beside it. And so the Methodical Alliance has, shall I say it, methodically been able to just pick apart the end of life team.
I know, absolutely. And even then, this Paladin, they had an answer for everything. This Paladin's got smart bombs in his highs. He is killing all of the drones coming from End of Life. And so even if the fight was long and drawn out, still looking okay. This rattlesnake belonging to Targ something. Taking
a long time to die. He's boosting again.
He's probably going to go down, but too little too late. Who cares if he dies? I think this Paladin can just solo the rest of the team right now.
Yeah, I mean, yes, I think that's pretty much a foregone conclusion at this point, especially considering that the Paladin almost doesn't need to kill anything else. All he has to do is survive, and he'll win the match on points. And as this Vexor Navy issue goes down, they're going to be trading the first of their rattlesnakes for a Vexor Navy. That's actually a bigger loss, really, at this point for End of Life, because that's almost half of the DPS off of End of Life's team.
Yeah, exactly. Algos is taking damage, too. Just like the rattlesnakes have some guards out, so that's what's doing most of the damage and projecting. You don't always see sentry drones on rattlesnakes. We haven't today seen that all the time, but this is working really well. Vexor down. There's only one Navy Vexor left. I think this Paladin is just kind of maybe celebrating a little bit, not repping. There we go, one giant.
Yeah,
one giant.
He didn't want to over-rep with his gigantic Marauder bonus in Bastion. Marauders, of course, have incredibly strong tanks, which makes them very good for this tournament, which is why they have a huge point cost. That's the reason why you see Methodical Alliance bringing fewer than 12 pilots and having no logistics and no command ships. They just didn't have the points to do it after fielding the huge amount of points in a Paladin and 3 rattlesnakes.
This is a really just a clever setup. I like it quite a bit. And End of Life aren't some scrubby team either. The only people they lost to last year were Hydra and Hun, tournament royalty, basically.
Yeah, and I came into this match predicting that the End of Life was going to be taking it, and after seeing the setups on the field, I was still predicting that End of Life was going to take it. But Methodical Alliance came in and just executed on their game plan really, really effectively, as we see them finish off another Frigg there, and it's really just now a matter of time. They're probably going to be able to finish off the last 2 remaining ships before time runs out.
Absolutely. So total whip. And this rattlesnake, I guess maybe he just said, you know what, I don't need to rep. This is going to be cool. Chicks dig a little bit of structure damage, so he wants to get some flames.
Yep. The Navy Vexor is now kind of slowly moving through armor, and he's not moving very fast. He knows that there's not going to be a lot that he can do to keep this match going, so he's just going to let himself get killed. There he goes. That beautiful, beautiful Paladin. You don't get a chance to see them in PvP as much because of the fact that they cost a whole lot of ISK, but it's one of my favorite looking ships in the whole game. I love the animation. I love the Cartham paint job on all Marian ships, and it fits so well with the Paladin.
If Iron Man could fly a ship, he would fly the Paladin.
Yes, yes, he would. So with that, we have 1 minute left, and the final Ishkur is just burning himself around here, and I'm sure will end up getting knocked down pretty soon. He's trying to keep himself going fast enough to be hard to track. We only have one more match now before the break, so this is the the second last match before the midday break for this second day. The last match will be Gorgon Empire versus the Nameless Alliance, which is another one that I'm really looking forward to because Gorgon Empire has a lot of the old Darkside team members, and so it'll be good to see what they can do for this Alliance tournament.
Yep, and Gorgon Empire have banned just a Vexor and Navy Vexor, and Nameless banned Worm and Gila, so probably not going to see many drones in the next match.
Yeah, we'll definitely see. It's 20 seconds left, and that Ishkur is into structure now, and he's about to explode. And that will be the match there. And once that last ship goes off the field, we will send you to some ads, some GTChem, and then get you right back here for Gorgon Empire versus the Nameless Alliance.
You want to stay up to date on the market? You spend most of your time blowing stuff up, but you want to know why Plex are so damn high? Then watch EVE Talk, your weekly look at the market in EVE Online. EVE Talk with me, the Lone Wolf, every Saturday, only on YouTube.
Negative Waves Alliance.
Do you like waffles?
I like waffles.
I like waffles.
Do you like waffles?
Yes,
Yes, I like waffles.
And
pancakes and French toast.
Eve, the only thing worth more than Isk is trust. This October 4th in Amsterdam, Eve is real.
September 13th, the Eve Online Gaming Event. Hashtag Eve_NT. Be there or be a douchebag.
Hello and welcome back, everyone, to this last match before the break of the second day of the 12th Alliance Tournament. This is CCB Fozzie, joined once again by Elise Randolph, although this will be our last match of this weekend with Elise Randolph. After this match, we'll be switching over to Sir Squeebles as our second commentator. This is Gorgon Empire versus the Nameless Alliance, and Gorgon Empire is a team that a lot of people had some pretty high hopes for, as they've got a lot of the old Darkside members, and Darkside has proven very effective in previous tournaments. Elise, you mentioned in the last match you thought there might not be a ton of drones.
Yeah, well, apparently I was horribly wrong. We got to see some Stratios, though, so this is pretty cool. With the Vexor, Navy Vexor, Heal Worm ban, obviously you can only have armor teams if you're going to do drones, and Stratios replacement for the Navy Vexor and Vexor, so they look super cool. We'll see how it pays off. Gorgon Empire came into the beacon at 30. They've got some Ishtars, they've got some Stratioses, they've got an Eos for links, and a Guardian for reps. Nameless have Eos, Stratios, Merlins, probably for damps, and just regular Onirios for reps.
Mm-hmm. The Gorgon Empire team is the one charging across the field. The Nameless Alliance is sitting back. Nameless Alliance is set up. I don't really think they've got a very good excuse for bringing an under-piloted team. They've only got, I think, the 8 pilots there, and we'll see how much that ends up hurting them, as their Guardian is already webbed and starting to take a ton of damage.
Oh, this is definitely not good. That Guardian needs to live if this team has any hope to win, and it's sort of tanking right now.
Yeah,
and by
it
tanking,
is.
I mean like
by tanking, you mean not
ground.
tanking. Yeah. So one of the big differences we're seeing from these two teams is the drones drop. We've got Wardens dropped by the Nameless Alliance, while the Gorgon Empire has heavy drones, especially Geckos. I think the Gecko choice is much better in this situation because the Wardens track terribly. The drone choice for Nameless really makes me think that they assumed that the other team would stay at range, but they still haven't abandoned these Wardens.
Yeah, the Wardens really not the drones you wanted to use in this sort of matchup. They even came in pretty close together at the beacons. So, I mean, there's really, unless they thought they'd just run to the MJD and then go away, there's no real use for the Wardens there. As we see an Ishtar going down after the Guardians for the Nameless.
They're losing so many key ships before getting a single kill, and they've got all these Wardens shooting at a Vengeance. It's really not going to track it very well. They are piloting in a way that would at least take advantage of the Wardens. So they've decided to run right away from their drones and are forcing the Gorgon Empire guys to chase them and therefore keep the transversal down against these Wardens and make them a bit easier to hit. But it's not enough. These Wardens are still not able to take any significant chunks out of the Vengeances.
Yeah, it looks like Gorgon right now are just kind of on cruise control. They know they got the Guardian down first. They still have their Logi. Their Logi's never even been kind of looked at funny. Not like the Wardens would actually do any damage to this Onirios anyways. So yeah, it looks like Gorgon just going to walk away with this one. They might lose a Merlin, maybe?
We'll see. Again, I would have to imagine if they lose a Merlin, it would be because Nameless switches drones. At this point, what they should be doing is abandoning the Wardens and pulling out something that can hit smaller ships, as we see their first Stratios die.
Yeah, but in Gorgon Empire, they're tanking pretty well, and they even have rep drones to make sure that they can continue tanking really well. You see some medium armor bots swarming around for the Gorgon team.
Yep, and at this point, Gorgon are basically just taking down one type of ship after the other. They killed the Guardian, they killed an Ishtar, they killed a Stratios, and now they're deciding to just see how long it takes them to kill an Eos. And the answer is not very long.
yeah. This year Eos is melting kind of hard, and there goes all of the links for the Nameless Alliance team, which, I mean, they weren't surviving very long with the links. They're going to be even worse without it. So...
So the use of these Stratios, we've seen a bit of them in the last New Eden Open, because that was the first time there was a tournament after they're introduced. This, I believe, is the first time we've seen them in this Alliance tournament. Besides being one of the sexiest ships in the game, I actually think they've got quite a bit of potential as a tournament ship. They fit into that same sort of slot as the Navy Vexors do, costing the 12 points, giving you some good drone damage that isn't vulnerable to E-War. And they lose some of the damage of a Navy Vexor, but what they gain is really strong tanking ability. Lots of armor and a big resist bonus to armor.
Yeah, they have one of the strongest bonuses that you can give a ship, which is the resist bonus. So you basically just get a free unstacked energized adapted nano just by virtue of existing.
Yep, and all of the Sisters of Eve ships for armor tankers tend to have quite a few mid slots, which is something that may not be the best if you're purely trying to tank them, but in a tournament format is amazing because you can coordinate having E-War on all of these different ships in a tournament format. So ships like the Myrmidon, ships like the Eos that are armor tanking ships with a lot of mid slots can really use those mid slots to great advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. Like armor or mid slots are like the best thing you can have for a tournament. Mid slots are love, mid slots are life. And you can see just in the last ditch effort here, Nameless Alliance started shooting this Gorgon Onirios, almost killed it.
Yeah.
Maybe if they did that at the start, it would have been a little bit of a different outcome, but
yeah,
maybe this Onirios is just kind of playing around and goofing.
No, I definitely think after the mistake of the drone choice, it was definitely compounded by spending that whole time shooting at Vengeances with Wardens. Wardens are the lowest tracking of all sentry drones, and they're going to have a very hard time hitting a small armor tanked assault frigate like a Vengeance.
Yeah, they did ditch those drones eventually, though, to their credit, but they threw out hammerheads. Not really the best thing you want to do against an Onirios, but whatevs. They got some geckos and warriors as well.
Mm-hmm. So at this point, it's just the Tristan left. The Tristan is sitting very slow. He's just basically waiting for everyone to catch up to him, I guess. It looks like they're probably going to try to loot the field before they finish him off, see if there's any other good loot to get, any nice drones they can be picking up. And then they'll finish off the Tristan, and that'll be the end of the first half of the day. We'll take a short break. We'll get some food here at the studio, and then we'll be coming back with a new commentator, Sir Squeebles, joining me for the second half of the day, which has some really exciting matches, including Hydra Reloaded versus Triumvirate at the end of the day. And Elise, thank you for your commentating today. It was really great being here with you, and I know you're going to be back next weekend as well as back for the final 2 weekends live in Iceland.
Yes, this was wonderful. A good experience for me. Thanks for being so inviting as we watch the Gorgon Empire just pick the field clean and sort of milk their victory a little bit. But yeah, this is it for me for the day. Thanks again, guys. It was wonderful. Some really good matches coming up in the second half of the day, actually.
Yeah, there is going to be some very exciting matches. I mean, we've got Agony Empire versus Circle of Two as the first match coming into that. We're going to see Red versus Blue versus Code, the battle of two Empire heavyweights.
Everyone wants to see that one, especially some people who have been like hurt by Code before. They've kind of got a rooting interest in that one.
RVB is going to try to be their hero there. Fidelis Constance versus Nully Secunda. Nully is one of those teams that a lot of people are watching very closely because they have a lot of the core members of previous Hun Reloaded tournament teams with them. So we're all going to be interested to see how effectively that team has meshed with the existing Nully tournament team. And
maybe we'll see some broadswords. You never know.
It's very possible. You have the guys on Gorgon Empire apologizing local saying, sorry, we have no money for PvP, so they're finishing and collecting the drones. And then, of course, CVA versus Red Alliance. CVA was another very exciting team last Alliance tournament. Outbreak versus Monkey with Guns. Hydra Reloaded versus Triumvirate, which is probably the biggest match of heavyweights in this weekend. That's going to be some really amazing matches.
Yeah, that's going to be good. And whoever loses the Hydra Tri match is going to just wreak havoc all over the losers bracket and really make teams wish they didn't end up in the losers bracket.
And so that Tristan is now dropping, and there you go. That's off the field. And that's Gorgon Empire taking a very convincing victory over Nameless Alliance, using Stratioses to great effect. And with that, we're going to send you to some ads and Gitacam. We're going to take a quick break, and then we'll be back at 1800 Eve time for Agony Empire versus Circle of Two.
It's that time again. Time of the gathering, the trial, the tournament. There will be tears of joy, tears of unspeakable pain. There will be blood. We will have lasers and explosions, and there will be sex. Well, maybe not sex, but definitely explosions. New Eden's best of the best, the creme de la creme, will gather and find out the hard way who is the best of the best of the best. EVE Online Alliance Tournament 12.
Hello, sports fans. This is CSP Fozzie again, and we've got a little special presentation to give you before we get into the next match. This is the view of the Afterlife Pandemic Legion match that is being viewed on a third-party website that we think you guys are going to really love. This is null-sec.com, and they use our Crest API that we send out all the tournament information through and allow you to get a 3D view of the whole match, as well as all the information about bands and everything else like that. The reason I'm showing you this match in particular is because there's some really cool stuff that happened that we totally missed on the actual stream, and that we heard about afterwards and wanted to talk to you a bit more about. So this is the match having started. Already Lucas Kwan's Basilisk is already down. It's looking really good for the Afterlife. They've managed to keep the Loki up through this initial damage, and they are about to start picking off these worms that are dealing even more damage to them. The key thing I want you to watch as we go through this replay is the Golem right here, and the... where are you here? There we go, Smells Loki, the logistics Loki. So the Loki is using a tinker tactic that allows him to run remote reps as well as a really strong local rep by being fed capacitor from the rest of his team. The PL team at this point has realized that there's no way that they can break through this tank normally. So they've actually started trying to bump Smells Loki away, as you see a big bump there, from the Golem. Their goal is to get the Loki far enough away from the Golem so that he can't be repped. Meanwhile, the Afterlife are trying to keep all the team close together. They don't have prop mods to make their ship move faster, so they're just having to move all the ships as much as possible to avoid the bumps and keep them alive. And this is actually what caused the Loki to eventually die for Smell. We had made all these guesses about whether it was overloading or anything like that, but it actually wasn't. It wasn't a mistake from Afterlife. They piloted it perfectly, but what just happened was they ended up getting bumped by Pandemic Legion in what was a pretty desperate tactic. So you see here another bump coming in, and Smells Loki here at this point is getting pretty far away from the Golem of Jonathan Kane, and as soon as he gets out of the energy transfer range of the Golem, as he keeps moving there from the bumps, that means that he's losing one of the energy transfers coming to him, and he just can't keep his tank going through the DPS through all that. And so it's only going to be a few moments now before you see him start to drop. And this is actually the explanation for what happened with that Loki. And I think it's a really cool way of viewing as we see another bump there coming up against the Golem to move it further away. A really cool view of something that we often don't see on the tournament stream because it's a bit harder to show in the UI. But it's great tactics used by these very experienced tournament teams that have
practiced these setups a lot of times before, and there goes the Loki. And this is one of the many moments that we often miss and that everyone can easily miss in a tournament stream, in a tournament environment, and really shows the skill on both sides. Both of these two teams were actually incredibly impressive in this fight, and I'm sure both of them are going to be having some great matches further on. So thanks for watching this. If you want to see more of these 3D viewings, take a look at null-sec.com. It's a third-party player-made site that uses the crest information that we send out available to everyone freely, and they've done some really amazing things with it. Thanks for joining me.
Welcome back, one and all. This is CCP Fozzie, joined now by a new commentator, Sir Squeebles. Say hi to everyone, Squeebles.
Hey, everyone.
And we are here to bring you Agony Empire versus Circle of Two. This is the beginning of the last quarter of this weekend, the first weekend of the 12th Alliance Tournament. Agony Empire have brought a super heavy Vindy Navy Mega setup, and Circle of Two have brought Foons, which will probably be kiting, so it's going to be a very fun match to watch those two combine. Why don't you tell us a little bit about the Circle of Two setup, Squeebs?
The Circle of Two have brought Typhoons, which we've seen previously in the tournaments with mixed success. They have been really susceptible to the damps. You don't get the liberties that you can take with things like the Rattlesnakes, where your drone DPS will travel. You do see Agony fielding as Celestis, so we'll have to see how they spread that pressure across the Foons and the Oneros, and if they do it effectively, it can have a huge impact.
We're now 30 seconds away from the beginning of the match. Agony Empire's full team is Vindicator, Navy Mega, Eos, and Neros, double Vexer, and then that Celestis that'll be very key, and triple Vengeance and Merlin. They probably are going to have damps on the Vengeances as well, and probably the Merlin, which is going to make it very difficult for those Foons to lock. So you're going to have to watch the effects appearing in the middle of your UI at the bottom of the screen on the stream. When you see the damp icons appear beside Circle of Two ships, that's going to be very, very important.
And interestingly, there's really not the right amount of tackle on the Circle of Two side to screen these Vindicators. Normally you could get a tanky assault frigate in to cycle that scram to slow them down. They don't really have that option.
Yeah, at this point, they're going to have to rely on the speed of the Foons, I think, to keep range. And they are launching their cruise missiles. We're going to have to see. It looks like the first target is going to be the Navy Mega, as we see the target painter on it. Interesting first choice. I kind of would have expected maybe going after the Aneros first, but we'll see how well it tanks.
Well, like I always say, don't worry about the logi, just do what's in your heart. Some of these Foons were a little bit slow off the line, though. They look like they're still positioned pretty well, so for the most part, okay piloting. Actually, no, two Typhoons sitting still.
And just got caught by a Vindicator. They now have a Vindicator on top of them.
That's not the news you want to be telling your team captain on comms.
No, it isn't.
So this Navy Mega is taking some damage, and the Vindy is taking a little bit of shield damage, not sure why, but one frigate is going down, which, while that doesn't matter currently, it will matter later in the match as this tackle has to burn down the last of these Foons, but this first Foon of B3 NT is getting hammered right now.
Yes, so he's taking the full brunt of the damage. He did get reps on him now from the Aneros. The Aneros was a little bit slow getting the reps on because of the damps applied to him. But the Aneros is also tackled and being neuted and damped. So it's going to be difficult for him to keep active in this fight without getting himself into some pretty severe danger.
And looking over now at the stream, I can see the on-screen effects. You've got three Typhoons. All of them are webbed. The Oneros is webbed. It's neuted, it's nosed, it's damped, and probably dunked shortly thereafter.
Yeah, meanwhile, the Navy Megathron of Galvidia there is holding on just fine. They've lost now a Vengeance, so that's first blood going to Circle of Two, but a Typhoon is about to follow, and that's a really bad trade for CO2. They don't want to be having that choice, and that's a lot of DPS off the field for them.
Yeah, and you've got to wonder, what was this Ashmu supposed to do? He has the webs, right, which could be used super effectively. He's only got two ships that he really has to screen to mitigate damage. If he could effectively slow down the Vindy and the Navy Mega, that's a lot of DPS that he could have spared off those Foons. Unfortunately, the Foons sat still, and they made his job difficult, and I guess he decided it wasn't worth it after all.
Yeah, the Ashimu actually did get all the way across the field and has gotten on top of the Agony Empire and Neros. So he's actually done a pretty good job there of being a big problem for that Aneros. He's using the newts, he's using the webs, and they are going to be bringing down the Aneros because of that. The Aneros for Circle of Two on the other side has been taking damage for a while, but it's actually not going down nearly as fast. So once that Aneros goes down for Agony Empire, that means that all of those Frigs and Vexers are going to be very vulnerable.
I missed the bumps earlier in the PL match. Maybe I missed something here, but why, of all the ships, why the Navy Mega? Most likely the tankiest. It's got an additional one low slot over top of the Vindicator, and it doesn't have the web bonus that makes the Vindy so deadly. So if you were going to target one of the battleships to make sure your Foon's applied, why the Navy Mega? Why not the Vindy?
Yeah, I think that is a very good question. The Vindy would seem to be a better choice for a primary. They did end up switching the Aneros, which is good. Now they're going after Vexers, which is another good choice. But yeah, that initial shooting at the Navy Mega seemed like it was a bad idea. Potentially it was the only thing they could lock at the time, but I did actually see the Vindy get up really close to those Foons very quickly, so they probably could have shot at it as well.
This Ashmu being saved till last, hopefully they kill that and leave a frigate so they have time to scoop all the mods on field, because it doesn't look like there's really a chance to pull back. If you're CO2 at this point, I think you're pretty much out of luck. But this last Typhoon is about to go down. The Ashmu right in the middle, so he's gonna, as an act of solidarity, stay there and die right after. Not sure I understand the target calling in this match. They were both very viable, especially with all that DPS tied up in the battleships. One of the few things that the Typhoons can apply to right off the bat is the battleships. I unfortunately didn't have the stream view up. I didn't see where the damps landed. Were they immediately on the Typhoons?
They were immediately on the Typhoons. Yep, they got them on the Foons and the Aneros right off the bat, which is exactly where they wanted them to be. That being said, the Foons obviously could still apply to the Navy Mega, which was a ways away.
So at this point, I mean, the majority of the time, I would say Typhoons have been defeated by simple damps. I mean, not carries, not anything crazy, just simple low point T1 damping ships have shut down the entirety of your DPS, which kind of makes you wonder if Typhoons maybe not going to be so popular from here on out, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, Typhoons do have a lot of big advantages. The cruise missiles and the speed allow them to project across long ranges, but of course they are very vulnerable to those damps. And that's one of the reasons we're seeing so many drone ships in this tournament so far, is that they have the big advantage of not being nearly as vulnerable to damps. You can assign your drones to a friend and then use those to get around the E-War. And that's always been something that's been very popular in the tournament, to dodge electronic warfare, whether it's ECM, whether it's damping, tracking, disrupting. Drone ships have that resistance, while Foons are very, very vulnerable to the damps.
Well, if the FC needs any talking points or screaming points, as the case might be, the speed on those Typhoons at the beginning of the match was, well, the lack thereof, I guess, was a little disappointing, and they maybe want to think about that before they go into their next match, as they will be knocked down to the losers bracket for next weekend. But ultimately, I think people need to look at a lot of these setups and think about E-War, and that's done really effectively by the higher tier teams. But you see things like a Maulus that can just wreak absolute havoc for so little points. It's really dangerous, and it kind of baits the question of, can we really go with a high slot all-in team, or do we need to look at more drone-friendly metas to avoid some of the damp E-War?
Or find ways to get in and kill them. You can, with an effective group of assault frigs, you can get in and kill some of these frigates off fast. Celestis is, of course, a little bit more durable, but then also in danger of being counter-damped. If you have your own frigates with damps, they can get on top of the Celestis faster. I think we're going to be seeing a lot of those damp wars. We saw two very good teams earlier today, Afterlife and PL, managing to ban out almost all of the bonus damp ships in the game, as their ban list included the Celestis, the Maulus, and the carries. And obviously a lot of these teams are very concerned about damps, and we're probably going to keep seeing that.
You can see, though, one I was about to say it's a tactical error, but it seems that they have pulled it back. They were about to kill the last ship before they got to loot the field. So the FC has called a stop on that. A very good call, and you can see the tournament experience coming through, so everyone can take home extra ISK.
Yeah, especially in this tournament, we're seeing a lot of augmented drones. Although there aren't any that I can see on the field here. Those are always very valuable. While they're doing the looting here, Sir Squeebles, what match are you most looking forward to in the second half of today?
Well, I don't know. I have trouble gauging like which one is the most interesting. I would be lying if I didn't tell everyone, yeah, I have that part of the day where Hydra plays. So I guess I'll just be honest and not clever and say probably the Hydra match.
I think that's going to be a very common answer to that question if we ask a lot of the viewers that right now. Hydra Reloaded versus Triumvirate. Those are two teams that I think a lot of people are expecting to be top 5. Hydra Reloaded, of course, having won a previous Alliance tournament and come second in 2 others. They've actually never come in any position lower than second in an Alliance tournament, which is a pretty impressive pedigree.
And I don't think that'll change here, though. I will add to the end of that I'm looking forward to Surely You're Joking and Almost Awesome for being a great name matchup, and also RVB versus Code, because I think Code is going to bring 12 Suicide Gank and Catalyst.
Yeah, and we're going to get to see what they're going to bring very soon, because this match is now finished, and we're going to send you back for some ads, and then be back in just a few minutes for Red versus Blue versus Code.
Do you like spaceships? Do you like explosions? Airlock Media. We make your corporation look good.
Hello, everyone. This is CCP Fozzie, joined again by Sir Squeebles, and we actually are not going to be able to bring you the match that was planned between Red versus Blue and Code because Code has went and decided not to compete. RVB banned the Catalyst and the Talos, and my guess is that seeing that, Code decided to log off all their characters and stop responding to us. And so they are disqualified for this match. They will forfeit it, and RVB will be moving on to the winner's bracket. So we're getting ready for our next match. That's Fidelis Consus versus Nelly Secunda. But in the meantime, I thought we'd have a quick introduction with Sir Squeebles, because he is, of course, a new commentator, although I'm sure he's not new to many of our viewers, being a very famous EVE streamer. So why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself, Sir Squeebles?
Hey, I'm Sir Squeebles. I stream EVE. I go by the EVE name Sir Squeebles, which doesn't match the tune that I stream on for secrecy's sake, even though I got figured out and I still get headshotted. I mainly lead public fleets, and I've just sort of gotten addicted to like, I now can't play EVE without the Twitch client up on my second monitor, so this commentary gig was the perfect format. But yeah, that's what I do. I stream some small gang stuff. I stream some RP where we talk like we're members of the Boston Police Department. You know, it's a good time, and we've built a little community we now have we have a corp with some people that focus on new player streaming, and then me, who just does sort of off-the-wall things.
And it definitely is one of the most entertaining EVE streams out there. We do have a lot of great EVE streamers. I know you're one of the ones that a lot of us here at the office watch, and you'll often have CCP Carcor in your stream chat, and a bunch of others joining in. It is great to have you as a commentator, partially because it means that I know that your secret identity is going to have to get revealed. Means that when you're here in Iceland, people are going to see what you look like.
Right. One of my corp members was actually kind enough to start a competition some months ago. And the competition was that you draw a sketch of what you think I look like, and whoever was closest, I believe, is being awarded like 6 plex. There was no restrictions. It could be clip art, it could be in crown, it could be like oil on canvas. So I'm really excited, and I think whatever wins, I'm going to have printed out and professionally framed and get it put in the dining room just in case.
Very, very nice. So we are going to be, of course, having another weekend of these pre-studio weekends coming up next after this week, and then 2 weekends of complete studio broadcast with our commentator desk and interviews with CCP devs about the future of the game and all of that great stuff that you guys know and love. Now that you've all met Sir Squeebles, that means that you've met all 4 of our player commentators this year. We will be bringing them all up to Iceland for this final weekend, or final 2 weekends, and it pretty much is always a really great time. I remember I started my kind of connection with CCP after playing EVE for a while as a Alliance Tournament commentator, as did CCP Rise, who's another one of our EVE developer commentators who's going to be back next weekend. And it's really great to have such great community members come up and join us for these last 2 weekends. So we are going to send you back for a couple more ads, and then have some special surprises for you, I think, coming from CCP Gargant and CCP Logibro.
Somewhere on the internet, there exists a space called New Eden. In New Eden, there's a very, very busy little system called Jita. Many things happen in Jita, mostly spamming, scamming, pod killing, and suicide ganking. Outside of Jita, people mostly wait for traffic control. But right now, what we're seeing is a serene moment in New Eden. A lone ship flying between a monument and a station with some circular effects that we need not know what mean.
This place they call Jeddah. It is a hive of scum and villainy with no equal across the universe. Concord is a common occurrence here, trying to keep peace amongst all this chaos. Capsuleers occasionally venture forth from the safety and the warmth of the station, driven by the bright allure of the camera, attempting to place themselves within its vision.
The only thing that this camera brings is people that desire to be on camera. They have a word which is very unsanitary and not PG-13, so we shall not name it. And the only effect these people have on Jita is to make it run slower so everyone can enjoy the view.
Or alternatively make CCP Veritas tear out his hair.
No. CCP Veritas is actually very happy when this happens because it's his baby.
It is.
Hello everybody, I am CCP Gargant.
And I am CCP Logibro.
And we have decided to narrate this beautiful landscape that you see before you, which is Jita Cam.
Yes. Full of freighters, Macarials, bumping at very high speeds, and fireworks.
Fireworks in space make the most sense in all.
No, you'll make more sense.
Oh.
Snowballs in space.
Well, at least it's cold.
This is true.
So, I am delightfully excited to see when our players figure out where we are situated.
Yes, we've been moving about all afternoon.
Yes, this is the biggest puzzle that we could present them with, for the first weekend at least. Where is the Jita Cam character? Where is he sitting, and can I get an obelisk to cover the entirety of the screen?
Which we did actually have happen.
Yes, that has already happened, and it was the glorious obelisk incident.
I'm going to put out a challenge to all you guys. I want somebody to go back to the first day, find that moment, and make a GIF out of it, and post it to Reddit.
I'm
and the forums.
I'm afraid you mean a GIF.
We're not going to have this argument here right now, Gargan. I mean, we've had this discussion many times, but let's not do it in front of the public.
It seems that the place is liveling up a bit, and some people are already trying to figure out where we're situated. I also like the lens flare. It brings a sort of serenity to the serene surrounding of sereneness. This should become the serene broadcast rather than the absolutely one. Don't you agree?
I agree. This broadcast is now serene.
Yes. The serene hour with Gargant and Logibro.
So as you can see in the foreground, we've got this unfortunately ruined monument, which is unfortunately had a number done on it.
Yes, some angry people were upset about something that happened a few years ago. I'm afraid nobody remembers, but that's why monuments are there.
Yes, so we can remember we should be remembering something.
Yes, something should be remembered in this exact spot.
As we look now, the Macario is just coming into view. Close as so is a mower, it looks like.
Remember that in space there is no up or down, so he's just flying.
In some direction.
How peculiarly positioned the station must be for him. This, what is that? That's a former dinosaur, I believe.
Yes, former dinosaur with a briefcase.
Ah, yes. The Moa has turned into a
beautiful swan after being an ugly duckling.
I always like the older version better. And for some excellent piloting we see. Now we see some lasers and
somebody's decided to get the rep drones out and start shooting fireworks at all the rep drones.
Make all the green squares. This is pretty great. I wonder if there will ever be a victor in this situation.
I don't think so. This is an eternal war that will be fought for shinies everywhere.
Yes. And I also wonder what effect this has on Jita Local. I can only imagine that trying to get a savior a deal from a contract is even harder now than
yeah.
usual.
Yes, unfortunately or fortunately, depending on whether you like Cheetah Spam or not, we are not broadcasting what is going on in local right now.
No, let's not.
Yes.
Local is a silly place.
Yes.
So, for those of you who are wondering why we don't have a match where RVB is kicking Code's ass, it's because Code decided not to show up. They are a witty bunch that think forfeiting is a clever way of saying something.
Yeah, I'm not so sure. All I know is that they're not going to be competing today, so RVB gets a free win, and RVB gets to go on and do awesome. We were nearly going to do an exhibition match, but unfortunately we weren't able to host one. That would have been quite interesting.
That would have been quite interesting.
I wonder if we would have done the same thing we did last time with an RVB exhibition match. We turned all the tie-dye up to max at the very beginning.
Oh, yes.
That was fun.
Maybe. Instead, me and Logibro get to weather our beautiful voices over the internet.
And we get to look at ex-dinosaurs with briefcases.
Yes. We have a Drake.
Is that a Drake or is
and
that a
then we have a
Nile?
Tango.
No, it's a Drake.
That's a Drake. I can spot the difference between a Drake and not a Drake from over 10 kilometers away.
Wow, that's impressive.
I am very impressive.
Yes, I'm just wondering personally how long it's going to take for all of the freighters to move from their previous location to the new camera location.
It might take a while, but luckily for them, they have a while.
Yes, and they also have materials to help bump them over.
There the Drake goes bump. I want to say congratulations to everyone who's been bumping in front of Cheetah because I love bumping.
Here we go. We've got a Macari. We've also got a Typhoon.
Them Typhoons.
They're pretty. I love the new model. It's very, very pretty looking ship now.
They look like some sort of cylinder made for containing hay turned on its side and put a bunch of rockets on it.
I don't know. After I saw it was a piece of artwork done by Eve Outtakes, I always thought of them more as cigars.
Huh. There you have it. Cigars. I also want to point out that the engine trails are very, very pretty.
They are very pretty. Do you like engine trails, CCP Gargan?
I do nothing but make engine trails all day long.
Then you are doing worthy things.
I know, right? That Tanko seems to have a bone to pick with a...
Oh, here we go. Somebody... Actually, wait, was that a panther? It may have been a panther, actually. I couldn't quite pick it out with all of everything around it, but that, you can see on the screen there, that would be a Black Ops jump portal.
Impressive. We get all the fancy things going when we start commentating over Jida, Logibro.
Of course, that means that we can't see anything, so maybe we should shift a few degrees.
We see exactly what we need to see.
Which is a Tengu.
Yes, everybody knows this is Tengu's Online. It looks, though, as if it's gotten a little hazy in New Eden. I'm wondering what will happen if I... Oh!
And there we go, cycle ended. And we can see a paladin approaching majestically. Shield Harden is already going.
That paladin is not outdoing the Anesta Vipers paladin from yesterday, who is still my hero. I think I'll print out a poster of his avatar and hang it above my bed.
To join all the other ones from the previous years?
Yes, I love people that violate the boundary. Fly off the edge of glory.
Find a new horizon.
Yes, try to set a record. One of the most fun I've ever had is watching people fly off the edge of glory.
I wonder, maybe we should start a new award for the person who gets the furthest away from the center of the arena and breaches the edge of glory. We give them, I don't know, something.
No. If we start actually giving something out for the edge of glory, I think people will stop taking this Alliance tournament seriously. That's not a danger I want to happen.
Yes, this Alliance tournament is very serious business.
It's
so we should
completely serious
make sure we
business.
say that. You got a barghest? Or as I like to call it, a spatula?
It's a pancake.
No, it's a spatula.
It's a pancake that's been improperly done. My pancakes look like that.
Then your pancakes have got something really wrong with them.
An announcement to make. I'm going to have a pancake stand at next FanFest where you can buy unsavory pancakes that are really quite tasty.
Will they all be shaped like a barghest?
Probably.
And then I'll have to have some of these.
But if we go back to the strange ghostly effect that's going on in Jitacam here, this is almost as if somebody were trying to use a doomsday device. If a doomsday device were actually a doomsday device anymore. This is what I imagine when people talk about AoE doomsday devices.
Except with more death and destruction. And probably Concord if you're in high sec.
Yes. I think you'd have more than Concord to worry about if you did that in high sec, though.
Yes. So
our internal affairs department is...
Yes, they would be having stern words with whoever managed to light up a Doomsday device in high sec.
There we have a tornado.
Tornado, a prophecy.
Yep.
Paladin, Barghest. There's a Providence hanging about in the background.
Come on, guys, bring all your beautiful ships out and show them.
If somebody wants to bring Razor's State Raven for everybody to have a bit of an appreciation before it gets blown up later on in the tournament, that would be greatly appreciated.
Bob from marketing might be able to bring his Utu if he hadn't lost it in a practice.
Such a shame.
Practice accident. This is how legends are made. You make mistakes.
And shiny ships explode.
Yeah. That paladins look pretty nice.
Yeah, they do actually.
They have a color scheme that represents something of my own heart, which is red and gold.
So you're a Sarum, you say?
I would go so far to say that, yes.
I wonder if this Paladin's actually going to... Because there's a bit of a delay on the stream, as most people would know. I wonder if this Paladin's actually going to manage to be able to go into Bastion in front of the camera.
We just had a pretty good bump there. That's an Ashimu, isn't it?
Where? In the... No, that's not an Ashimu.
I think so.
No, that's a signable.
I think you're wrong, sir. Let's change the viewpoint so you can't prove me wrong. Alrighty then. After some initial difficulties, we're here in a better viewpoint where we can see the nothing and chaos. This is great. You guys have managed to turn Cheetah into something that everybody will love you for it.
Yes. And as you can see, there's a couple more freighters starting to mingle around. Like, freighters are very strongly attracted to the camera.
Yes.
There's a Stratus. Stratus is very pretty.
I like that Alliance Tournament so far has been representing two groups. It's been representing hardcore PvPers that really like the tournament formats that we have held, and people that have industrials and Jita.
Yes, which is probably half of the known population.
Probably. Now, what are your predictions for next match? We have Fidelis Constance versus Nulli Secunda coming up.
Personally, I think it's probably going to be Nulli.
You do?
I do.
Interesting. I seem to remember that Fidelis Constance is... I think I scribbled my mark at them. I think I'm more in their favor. The only thing... Now I'm going to start trash talking, which is going to be a theme of mine. I remember when the first New Eden Open was held and Nulli Secunda brought 3 Nightmares. That made me very impressed, but then they lost.
Yes.
They have me to impress, though. Yes. I am a very impressible person.
This is true, I have learned this.
Yes. So...
we've got one of those Nightmares you were just talking about.
Yeah, speaking of Nightmares, Nightmares are beautiful ships.
Yes, and they're much better now with the ridiculous afterburner bonus they get. It just goes so fast.
There's an obelisk, and that's not a Typhoon, that is a Typhoon.
That was a Panther that just crossed the screen.
That was a Typhoon hull, that was a Panther.
Yes.
I was about to say it, but I didn't want to sound stupid.
There's a Phantasm behind it that's just gone off screen.
I will just continue to sound stupid and do it gloriously.
Well, I point out the Gnosis.
That'll just be my shtick.
We've got a pair of obelisks. People seem to like the obelisk. What do you think of the obelisk?
The obelisk is a magnificent creature.
It is. What about the Anshar?
The Anshar? No.
No?
No.
No, you don't like the Anshar?
No. I do like the Mordu's Legion ships, though.
Yes, they are very pretty.
I want somebody to bring a Barghest on field in the tournament.
I'm actually not sure if there would actually be a viable ship to bring into the tournament. I haven't particularly looked into that. I know CCP Fozzie and whoever our commentator is, I believe it's Squeebles, would be able to give an opinion on the Barghest in the Alliance Tournament. But I haven't really looked into it that much.
Yeah, this is why we are not commentating on the matches.
This is why
because
we're not commentating on the matches.
Experts in something else. But we are now getting signs to stop, and even if we don't want to, even if we can't, we will. Thank you so much for listening to us ramble on about JitaCam. I hope you like the rest of the day. Do you have anything to add, Logical?
No, other than I really want to see that GIF of that obelisk just flying through the camera.
You mean the GIF?
The GIF. We'll talk about this later.
Thank you all for enjoying Alliance Tournament, and I hope you will continue to.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. This is CCP Fozzie, joining you with Sir Squeebles, and we are bringing you the next match between Fidelis Constance and Nully Secunda. Unlike Code, both of these two teams have shown up, and we're going to be bringing you an amazing match between them. Fidelis Constance has brought a undership team a little bit, pretty creative. Triple Navy Dami, Hugin, Scimitar, triple Maulus, and Flycatcher for a ton of dams. And Sir Squeebles, why don't you tell us a bit about this Nully team?
Nully has gone with a little bit more popular set of ships in the Gila. 3 of those, a Scimitar, a Healthy Frigwing with some Worms for DPS, a Merlin for Tackle, Ewar Heron, and a Drive-By, I assume, Crow.
Yeah, this team from Nully is looking pretty similar to a lot of the teams we've been seeing from kind of the competent bread and butter setups. But Fidelis Constance, it's going to be really interesting to see what they do with this. I mean, Shield Tank Navy Dummies do a ton of damage, but applying that damage isn't going to be all that easy, and they're going to have to get them on top of these Gilas. And EOS's, we'll have to see how they do as the match has now begun, and they're going to be heading into the fray.
And you can already see these Worms burning over actually toward the Frigwing, positioning themselves between the Navy Dominixes and these Mauluses. Looks like they've got their drones out on the Scimitar, and the beauty of these Worms is that they alone can pressure the Scimitar into breaking a real decent sweat. Meanwhile, the Navy Dummies continue to sit around and be bad because they're Navy Dummies.
Yeah, these Navy Dummies aren't getting much speed going yet, and meanwhile, that Scimitar is already through its shields and into armor. It's going to be off the field in just a moment. All of these Worms, oh man, there you go, it's down. They shot across the field and took it down so fast. And now the Hugin, the Mauluses are all going to be very, very easy to kill.
Yeah, I actually spent the better part of my morning reviewing matches of yesterday, and one of my big talking points was how much I despise the Navy Dominix as a whole in this sort of setting. The Gilas are, I mean, depending on how they're fit, you're looking at 700 plus drone DPS if they're using augmented drones, which I can't see, even higher than that. But that's all applied DPS, and you can see how applied it is on that Hugin as he just goes. He doesn't even think about it, he just dies.
So they're all using light drones. The Fidelis Constance team has dropped Hobgoblins and Warriors exclusively. I guess to try to kill off the frigates, they seem to be putting all of their pressure on the Worms and the Crows, but they're failing to kill them. I mean, this whole team is throwing all of its damage against a Crow and now against a Worm, and they're not even scratching it. This is not an impressive performance here.
Well, to the credit of the Navy Dummies, they're showing their versatility in dropping Bouncers, Berserkers, deciding against that, and then switching to Ogres. So they're definitely mixing things up as they continue to die.
Yes, yeah, it's I think only a matter of time now. We just see the Flycatcher off the field and a Navy Dominix is about to fall, and no ship even breaking a sweat for Nully Secunda. I think this is a nice, easy warm-up match, if anything, for Nully. They're a team that a lot of people are expecting to do fairly well in this tournament, and this is a match that gives them some good practice.
I think, and you know, I like to joke about the Navy Dummy, but I think this is definitely an exercise in a team that can theory craft, but doesn't fully test out their theory. On paper and in the fitting window, the Navy Dominix looks really, really generous on DPS. The tank is pretty healthy. The mobility is not bad when shield fit. But if you get it out there and actually fly it against a variety of teams, you're going to learn really quickly that this is going to happen pretty much every time. So kind of a tough lesson to learn, but hopefully they take it with them into the losers bracket and come up with something different and try out not Navy Dominixes, ideally.
Yeah, Navy Dummies haven't had the greatest win record in the tournament. We've seen them people attempting to use them as a replacement for Dummies in the last Alliance Tournament, which didn't work very well, and so far they haven't done all that great in this one either. So as that last Navy Dummy for Sayonara there, or Sayara, drops off the field, that is going to be a clean sweep for Nully Secunda. That's going to push Nully into the winner's bracket, and Fidelis Constance is going to be into elimination matches starting next weekend. And with that, we're going to send you back for some more ads, and then we'll be back very soon for our next match, Surely You're Joking versus Almost Awesome.
You want to stay up to date on the market? You spend most of your time blowing stuff up, but you want to know why Plex are so damn high? Then watch EVE Talk, your weekly look at the market in EVE Online. EVE Talk with me, the Lone Wolf, every Saturday, only on YouTube.
sort of a poisonous leadership. Poisonous leadership. Poisonous leadership. Poisonous leadership. Poisonous leadership.
Oh no, I bombed.
You bombed us.
So I'm sorry, guys.
September 13th, the EVE online gaming event. Hashtag #NT. Be there or be a douchebag.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. This is CCB Fozzie, joined by Sir Squeebles once again for Surely You're Joking versus Almost Awesome, this next match in the 12th Alliance Tournament, two amazingly named teams. And Surely You're Joking is not joking around with these Orthruses. They have brought two Sleipnirs, a Scimitar, triple Orthruses, triple Worm, triple Tristan. I'm not sure how well this setup is going to work, but I love it either way. Why don't you tell us a little bit about Almost Awesome, Sir Squeebs?
Sure. Well, one thing about their team, if I know them like I think I know them, there's definitely a Sino on one of those Sleipnirs, so we'll see that play out. We're looking at 3 Gilas, a Basilisk, a Myrmidon, and another Myrmidon, which is interesting. We haven't really seen multiple T1 BCs in any of the fleets so far, so new stuff coming out, but I worry about their tank on those T1 BC hulls.
Especially shield tanked.
Right, and they're running with 3 Worms, which we've seen have worked really, really well. 1 Mollusk, which is a good choice, a Tyrannus, and a Hyena, which is also a great ship to have.
So we're a couple of seconds away from the match starting, but just it's worth noting that although you don't see any bans on your screen, there were actually bans in this match. The Surely You're Joking team banned the Ishtar and the Eos, and Almost Awesome banned out Proteus and Aneros. So those bans did apply even though they didn't show up in Crest or on the screen, and the match has now begun. So we're going to be seeing a bunch of drones get dropped. It looks like hammerheads, for the most part, being dropped by the Almost Awesome team.
And the DPS is going to move just as fast as the ships in this particular match, so we'll have to see. These Orthruses obviously ideally picked for their pointing capabilities at long range. We'll see if they're using those defensively to try and keep things away from tackling the Sleipnirs, or I more imagine they're going to use them to try and lock down one of these Gilas early so that they can really lay that DPS on.
So I'm seeing cap transfers on the Almost Awesome team. They've got cap transfers going from one of the Myrmidons to the Basilisk and back. It looks like they may be doing some kind of cap circle chain in order to keep the cap and the Basilisk going, but we'll see how that goes once they start getting under actual damage pressure.
It's worth noting most of these Tinker setups, or even if you want to call this like a pseudo-Tinker, hybrid Tinker, something along those lines, they're fueling capacitor to an XLASB so that you can get those initial burst reps off without the cap. And while a Bazzi would be a great thing to fuel a Myrmidon, he can only have 1 cap transfer. So if that's really what they're banking on, this Bazzi pilot is going to have to be really on top of his game to get the right cap to the right Myrm, and I hope they have a lot of hardeners fit.
So both teams have shot some drones actually to start. The Surely You're Joking team has cleared off the initial waves of medium drones that came at them, and they're also taking some damage to the Sleipnir of Kevin Smith there, but it's holding on just fine and not in too much trouble.
And my question now for this team is, why did you bring Sleipnirs if you're going to sit them in the back? Why are the Sleipnirs not going in? I mean, unless they're artillery, and I really don't think they are, what are they hoping to do from that range, and why are they not committing to this fight?
I'm honestly not sure what the reasoning behind that is. We'll see. They are sitting quite a ways away here. I'll get a quick look in at Alice. We see there a worm off the field. So the Surely You're Joking team was able to clear a worm out under the reps, but it looks like they're about to lose one of their own. There we go.
They did trade
worms.
And a lot of these worms, I mean, for the people that are interested in a more typical frigate fight, you look at things like Inyos as high DPS, but man, these worms can put out some DPS with the rebalance. So you're looking at potentially 300 plus DPS coming off these worms with augmented drones. And now this Sleipnir of Surely You're Joking is just getting melted by these Gila drones.
Yes, yeah, he's dropping very quickly. The Gila is, of course, able to deal a lot of damage with both missiles and with drones, and there he goes off the field. Almost awesome that getting the first big ship off the field, that's definitely a very good start from them. As we also see a smart bomb on one of these Gilas. It's blowing up smart bombs to try to clear off the drones. Smart bombs are something we haven't seen probably as much use of in this tournament yet as we would expect, because there's been a lot of mobile drones, a lot of heavy drones, medium drones, and these smart bombs do a great job of clearing them off.
So now they're in a position where they've lost their logistics, and they are taking heavy damage from the Gila drones onto Orthruses, which don't have a resist bonus. I mean, their tank is nothing to laugh at, but at the end of the day, they're not going to be able to survive that much DPS.
Mm-hmm. I mean, the Orthrus of Get Blazed Wolf is dropping very quickly through structure and is now gone. And meanwhile, the primary, for sure you're joking, the Gila of General Halt is holding on just fine. It's taking some damage, but getting good reps in from the Basilisk.
And with the Gila unbanned, I do agree with you on the limited usage of smart bombs being kind of interesting, especially with the drone-heavy metas. But if you've left the Gila open, I think probably they were expecting, surely you're joking, to also field Gilas. That's sort of the assumption with how they're balanced right now, and that's what we've seen in earlier matches. But right now, the frigate wing just getting melted from surely you're joking, and they're left essentially with 2 Sleipnirs and 2 Orthrus for damage. And on the resist bonus tolls of the Gila or the T2 resist of the Bazzi, I don't think that's a great outlook for them.
No, it definitely isn't. The one Gila has now dropped for almost awesome. So that is a significant chunk of damage off the field. And we're seeing now the Basilisk taking a ton of damage. That Basilisk is boosting back, but he has the Sleipnirs on top of them. And I have to wonder, again, like you mentioned before, why it took the Sleipnirs so long to get involved in this fight. But now that they're doing a great job.
Yeah, that standoff would be understandable if both teams had equal damage projection, but clearly not the case. I mean, the Orthrus are going to be able to apply DPS across the gap that was between the teams on Warpin, but those Sleipnirs have got to be pretty much holding your hand to really apply maximum DPS, and they are now. But sitting back, were they maybe just waiting for the Gila drones to commit and see if they could kite that DPS, or was that a tactical mistake? I think I would rather have seen the Sleipnirs go right on in if I was surely you're joking.
I think you're right, and I think that's being proved out now because they have gone in and suddenly they're winning this fight. They managed to kill another Gila. The Basilisk is down, and meanwhile the Sleipnir being primary of Kevin Smith there is holding on pretty well.
I'm trying to see what drones they have out on these Gilas. I do see a set of ogres. That's obviously from the Myrmidons. So they have several ogres out applying damage, and those are going to hurt, especially on a shield. Looks like
primarily acolytes.
So they're going to be really burning through this Sleipnir. You can see it now, and I haven't. Okay, I do just see a shield boost from Kelvin. They're rather small. I can't tell if that's just because of the drone volley, but ideally he'd have an XLASP, and if he can just get through those charges to trade for this Gila, they'll be in good shape, and he has survived.
Yeah, he's definitely going to hold on until the Gila dies at least. And if the Gila DPS drops off the field, no, I don't think he's going to be able to keep himself alive the whole way. He still has the Myrmidons on him and 2 worms, which do a not insignificant amount of damage.
Interestingly, though, it depends on how the tackle is spread. I mean, if you're looking at Shield Myrms, the Shield Myrms are not likely to have Scram Web. They might have one or the other. If Kelvin doesn't want to commit, he can pull range, but he looks like he's going ham. He's going to take on the trophy today. He's going to take down this Myrm, and that's a fine trade. They're looking now at 2 Orthrus and 1 Sleipnir. That is plenty of damage to take down a T1 BC. No matter how it's tanked, there's no logistics, and maybe links fitted on that first Myrm will be cleared off and reduce the tank of Tauren in the Myrmidon.
Yep, it's very possible. Now, with that Myrmidon off the field, it is just 1 Myrmidon and 2 Worms versus a Sleipnir, 2 Orthruses, and 3 Tristans. This is definitely a match going the way of Surely You're Joking. It looked kind of bad for them right at the beginning there when they lost the Simi, when they lost that first Orthrus. But the Sleipnirs got in there and basically just won the match. Did a really great job of applying the damage with those autocannons at close range.
Yeah, this is one of those matches that Surely You're Joking on comms, I'm sure is going to be excited, but they'll also be happy to talk about what they did wrong. At first, it looked like it was going to be kind of a grim follow-up discussion, but they should be excited. And, I mean, they really did commit to the fight. As soon as they saw it going the wrong way, they put those Sleipnirs in there. They did what they could. And I think they were surprised to see how quickly the Gilas went down. So while I would have liked to have seen them pull the trigger on that sooner, it's good that they did it at all and won them the match. If they had played more defensively and not really gotten that DPS all the way in there, it would have probably gone a different way.
Yeah, and the choice of the Orthruses are definitely interesting. These are rapid light missile Orthruses. They do a lot of damage to small targets. Most teams have been preferring Helas. Helas, of course, were not banned in this match because almost Awesome was using them. But sure, they're joking, decided to use the faster, longer range Orthruses instead. And it'll be interesting to see whether that's something that people continue to do through the tournament or if they focus more on the Hela.
Just one small note about the drones there from the Almost Awesome team. Had their tickers throwing me off, but they're using T2 drones. And the Alliance Tournament, given how rare it is, you see a lot of money put in. You're typically seeing augmented drones fielded at great expense for the additional damage. They didn't have them there. They just had T2.
Yeah, of course, augmented drones are very expensive, but a lot of teams have been pulling out the extra cash to get the higher end drones because they both do more damage and they also have a lot more hit points. So that is the end of that match. We're going to now send you back to the studio for some ads, and then we'll be back very soon for another really anticipated match. CVA versus Red Alliance, the battle of two really, really old and venerable alliances in EVE.
The only thing worth more than ISK is trust. This October 4th in Amsterdam, EVE, Israel.
Welcome back, everyone. This is CCP Fozzie, joined by Sir Squeebles, and our next match is CVA versus Red Alliance, two of the oldest alliances in the game. These guys have been everywhere in EVE history, and we've got two really exciting setups, actually, that are quite different than what we've seen before. CVA bringing a mostly Amarian setup, mostly Candid, in fact, triple Damnation, triple Sacrilege, double Maulus, double Tormentor, and then double Inquisitors as the remote rep Logi frigates. Why don't you tell us
on the other side, we have Red Alliance, who is fielding Typhoons and two Sleipnirs. So two Typhoons, two Sleipnirs, a Basilisk for reps, and then a really healthy Caldari Frig contingent. This is a really interesting match on multiple levels. There's so much EHP on the CVA side. And on the Red Alliance side, there is definitely a fair amount of DPS. These Typhoons, interestingly, have come in at 0, so they're ready to brawl. These are not Kite Typhoons like we've seen in the past. But the real question is, who do you primary in a fleet of Sacrileges and Damnations? Where does your damage go?
Yeah, I mean, if you can manage to kill off the Logi Frigs fast, maybe with the Worms, that'll be a good call. The Sleipnirs with autocannons can also deal damage to Frigs pretty effectively. But if they get Transversal up, then it gets pretty tough. But after that, yeah, it's tough. Damnation, Sacrileges all have really, really strong tanks. And they'll be dealing a decent amount of damage, actually, with heavy assault missiles.
And as opposed to some more top-heavy setups that we've seen, things like in the past, Fleet Typhoon setups, Vindicator rushes, where you have almost all of your damage tied up in just a handful of ships, even the Rattlesnake comps, to be fair. This CVA team, I mean, their DPS is really distributed. You're not going to slow the advance of these Sacrileges and Damnations over the course of the match.
So as the match began, most of the CVA team actually pulled directly away from Red Alliance, except for one Sacrilege that is charged directly into the fray. We're going to have to see how it does. That is the primary for CVA. They've all decided to shoot at the Sacrilege, potentially a bait Sacrilege. This might be the one that is fit with more tank than the others.
You've also got Car Velsox in a Damnation, stayed pretty much where he started, and now you've got JEN also in a Sacrilege burning in. So it looks like, yes, they did definitely want to direct that damage onto a single Sacrilege so that their other guys could have a little bit of maneuvering space to get in on these Foons. And quite frankly, once these Typhoons are tackled, they've got to be the primary.
Yeah, the Sacrilege is holding on pretty well. He's got a bunch of rep drones around him. Meanwhile, the Logi frigates are helping him out and helping out a Tormentor as well. And it looks like the primary for CVA is going to be a Sleipnir. That's an interesting choice. A lot more resistances and potentially less damage than the Typhoons.
And he will probably have an XLASB that we see on most Sleipnirs, Logi or not. The Typhoons will as well, but as you said, the resist profile means that every little bit of rep that lands on this Sleipnir of Van Dam from this Basilisk is going to count for so much more on that T2 resisted hull as opposed to a Typhoon.
Yeah, so CVA's tank is holding together fine, but they're not killing anything right now. What they need to do is take down that Basilisk. As I say that, we're seeing some big chunks of damage taken out of the shields of the Basilisk. He's being hit by Target Painter. He is not webbed yet, though, so it's going to be pretty easy for him to get up to speed.
Well, he's about to be, because there's at least 3 CVA members who are closing in on him now. It's only a matter of time before he waves goodbye, and there it goes, just as I say it. And so now what they've got to do is they've got to limit DPS. Hopefully they can maybe pair a Sacrilege on each of the Sleipnirs to isolate their DPS out of optimal. and then allow these damnations and the remaining sacrilege to close in on the Typhoons and clean up.
Yeah, I mean, the sacrileges have shown that they can tank everything that that Red Alliance can throw at them. Red Alliance seems to still be going after Ground Zero sacrilege. They've got 2 Typhoons sitting right on top of them. I'm not seeing any smart bombs from the Typhoons. This would be the kind of time where a smart bomb would be incredibly helpful on this Typhoon, because he'd be able to kill off a bunch of rep drones.
Right. Okay, now given this match based on how it looks like it's going to go, if you have a Typhoon comp, do you just go ahead and delete that from your repertoire? Because it's not paying off, these Typhoons, and it's always for different reasons, it seems. Damps is the one killer, but man, this CVA comp, this is a target caller's worst nightmare, this comp.
Yeah, it is. It is really hard to figure out. They're switching now to Ice Gorilla's Damnation. Who knows if that's going to help? Again, Damnations, of course, have one of the biggest tanks in the entire game. These Typhoons are very different than the Typhoons we've seen in previous matches, but yeah, they're still not doing the job. This time, they're not really vulnerable to Damps because they come in at close range and use heavy, rapid heavy launchers, but they still are not actually breaking through these Damnation sacrileges.
Well, and to be fair though, this the Red Alliance team is definitely applying better to this Damnation. But when you're using rapid heavies, of course, they have that reload time, and if you can't burst through the tank of a ship, and you hit that reload, you're really just sort of stuck in a bad spot for that reload timer. And it looks like that's exactly the case here with this Damnation as he tanks through.
Yeah, he's just got that huge hit point bonus as well as the big resist, and now he's pulling back some armor as there's no longer missiles coming in at him off of the Typhoons. And meanwhile, the Sleipnir of Unuk there for Red Alliance is taking quite a lot of damage, and he's boosting with his ASB, but that's not going to last him forever.
And yeah, I agree with somebody in the Twitch chat, the sentiment that your heart sort of sinks as soon as you hear the target caller say the Damnation is primary. Hope kind of goes out the window at that juncture, and this team definitely reminds me of a team that we faced in the past. Actually, I believe it was in the Neo, where a team puts forward so much EHP that it really skews your decision making. Typically, they're high damage targets, as we've seen in the past with things like Gilas, even Sleipnirs, that you can say, hey, look, if we can eliminate this off the field, we can lower the incoming damage, and that buys us time. But when you're talking about 3 sacrileges, 3 damnations, you just, I guess you say a Hail Mary, and you just pick one at that juncture.
Yeah, I mean, you can actually see on the lower half of your screen there, we've got 3 different bars that represent the different strengths of the teams. The defense bar, the attack bar, and the control bar. The defense bar has 2 sections, one that represents the total effective hit points, and then the outer one represents how much remote rep and local rep they have. The defense bar for CVA is actually just off the edge of the bar. We don't show the whole thing in this case because it is off of our measuring charts, and that means it's going to be very, very difficult to get very many kills. They do have a Tormentor down, but that's not a ship that is crucial by any means to CVA's team. And meanwhile, this Typhoon of Leetman, the captain for Red Alliance, is about to explode.
And a case could be made that the Worm support from Red Alliance would have made a big impact there had they applied properly to the Tormentors and the Inquisitors. You are going to see links on these Damnations, though, which a lot of people would scoff initially at the idea of using a 2 frigate Logi in a 12v12 scenario. There's so much DPS, it doesn't seem like it would work. But the huge benefit of Sig Tank and the resist profile with Damnation links, it's a pretty brutal amount of tank, and even though that Tormentor did go down, it's really, really impressive to see this frigate wing tank these worms, because again, these worms are putting out a lot of damage, and while I don't think they would have turned the fight, it certainly would have changed the feel of the fight if they would have cleaned the CVA frig wing off the field very early.
Yes, it means this is definitely a more impressive looking frig wing from Red Alliance, and yet we were seeing Worms and Merlins getting killed by these Tormentors. Tech 1 frigates that are outnumbered in this fight, but with the backup of the Logifrigs, we're able to win the day.
And now at this point, if you're a member of the Red Alliance team, you're just praying that CVA has fit micro jump drives, or that they try to use the mobile micro jump drives, as historically those have not panned out. And given that doesn't take place, I think it's a pretty convincing victory from CVA, and I think it'll give some teams things to think about. This is the first team we've seen that fielded command ships with this much tank. Typically, the command ships have been paired with T1 hulls like EOS and Vexers, which have a lot of synergy, but there's an obvious tank differential, and here not so much. And you would initially think maybe the DPS suffered for fielding this sort of a comp, but clearly not the case, as they've just wiped the field, and they're going to take down these two Sleipnirs pretty comfortably in time.
And of course, for CVA, I'm sure it's especially nice to be getting a win with a setup that almost completely uses Amarian ships. For anyone that's not familiar with them, CVA is one of the oldest alliances in the game, and they are built around the loyalty to the Amarian Empire. That is their identity in the game. That is the role that they play in the game. And to have this win be done with ships that are generally less popular in the tournament. We don't see a ton of Amarian ships in the last couple of years of tournaments, but CVA obviously knows that there is a way to use them very effectively.
Right, and my hat's off to CVA here. This is really impressive. It's a very cool setup to see, and it worked exactly as intended, that nobody dropped below like 50% armor. So really cool setup, and more importantly than just how effective this setup is, I want to see what other teams field to counter this setup. I think that should be a really good match if they have the opportunity to fly this again, to see what the other teams bring.
And that is the end of the match as the last Sleipnir goes down for Red Alliance. That is a victory for CVA, who will be moving on to the winner's bracket. Red Alliance will be knocked down to our elimination bracket and will be facing elimination next weekend. And we'll send you back for some ads and then be back very soon for Outbreak versus Monkeys with Guns.
Alliance.
This is a Caldari Navy announcement. Can the pilot that has left their ammunition in a couple of cans near the Alliance Tournament camera, can they please proceed at all speed to collect the cans and remove the offending trash from the local space system? A failure to comply with this directive will result in excessive fines against the offending pilots. Thank you for visiting Gita. Have a pleasant day.
I'd like to make an amendment to that announcement. I think they'd actually be removed from real life if they don't. I want to say, Gita always looks like this. This is always what's going on in Gita. This is what marketing gameplay in EVE Online actually looks like.
Yes, this is a true story. Like, this is exactly what it is. Although we're actually going to lie a little bit and just annoy everybody who's been busy getting themselves positioned.
You will, no. What? It has now come to pass that CCP Logibro, he might be able to do good things with a logistics ship. He's not so good at finding pleasant viewpoints.
Well, come on.
Consider this corrected. There we go. I have taken control, and we now again have something beautiful. See, there's an obelisk.
And literally the only reason why I can't move it mouse again is because CCP Gargan is holding me away from the computer with his long arms.
While we work through some difficulties that have presented themselves, we decided to sit down again and, well, caress you with our beautiful voices.
Yes, this is a thing we do because we love you.
I myself and CCP Gargant. Wow.
yourself and you.
So, thrice introduced, I am CCP Gargant, joined here
by CCP Logibro.
My good friend CCP Logibro, who from now on is not allowed to control the camera.
Damn it, just let me have another go, just one more try.
I want to say, I almost want to start a vote, but because I'm not a voting kind of guy, I'm more of a benevolent dictator.
Yeah.
I'm more of I rule by an iron yet caring fist.
You're not the Eisenfaust. That belongs to CCP Phantom.
The CCP Phantom is the Eisenfaust. Yes, that's true. I still want it to be known that the obelisk is the most.
The Stone Fist. You can be the Stone Fist. That suits Iceland.
The
you
obelisk
just dipped your hand into a volcano and out came a horribly charred Stone Fist.
While you talk about something completely irrelevant.
Irrelevant.
The English language is something that I apparently wrestle with. And while I wrestle with the English language, I want to say that the obelisk is the most beautiful freighter of all of them.
Yes, although I do know a number of people who would argue with you that the Providence is most beautiful, but I agree with you.
I am bigger than most of them, so...
Yes, they are wrong. This we have established.
See? Oh, what do we have?
We have a Providence, an obelisk, and an ark.
This is unprecedented display of beauty.
And look, there's another Providence.
Okay.
It's just like a wild flock of freighters just strolling around Gita.
That never happens. Freighters never frequent Gita.
No. Nonsense.
I would say that this show of voting has actually overthrown me from my dictatorship stool.
Well, to be fair, there's another obelisk in the background.
And you guys have made it clear that you guys like Amar better. Just like CVA just demonstrated.
Oh, yes. Like those sacrileges, that damnation, you're rubbing off on me in the worst possible way, CCP Gargan. No, but those Amarian ships, Kahanid ships actually.
Yes.
Kahanid ships were just rolled all over Red Alliance in a display of missile firepower.
Missile?
Missile.
Oh.
It's a sacrilege and it's a damnation. They use missiles. Well, the damnations also use drones, but...
I prefer lasers.
Well, they had a couple of lasers on the Tormentors.
So life in Gita usually revolves around undocking, finding a gate, jumping to it, and jumping through it.
Only if you're a noob. If you're smart, you jump using an insta out of the station, and then you warp to a gate.
Enlighten me.
Because what happens is, because of the high traffic in Gita, if you were to attempt, in some ships, such as a freighter or an orca, to warp to a gate, especially the one behind, which I believe is the Soboseki gate, unless I'm misremembering. It might be the perimeter, one of the two. Somebody will correct us in Twitch chat, I'm sure. But if you attempt to warp to it, there's a very high chance that you will either bump off of another ship that is undocking, or bump off the station, if you're in a slow ship especially. So what you do is you warp to an instant undock that you have previously set up. There is also a particular Celestial in the system that works as one of these, but I'm not going to tell you which one it is. I'm sure somebody else in Twitch chat will. But you warp to that, and then you warp to the gate, because that way you don't bump off stuff and look like a fool.
Well, consider me properly schooled.
Yes, I have had much experience fighting in Jeddah, and this has netted many freighter kills.
I usually just, like I mentioned it to a player gathering in New England last night. I usually just welt my face on a gate camp somewhere in Null.
I don't know. I think I've seen you once get caught by a bubble in a wormhole and have to sing Barbie Girl for your freedom.
No comment.
This is a thing that exists. You should go on YouTube and have a look for it.
You really shouldn't. You should continue to watch the beautiful orchestra of...
Yes, you should watch this wild flock of freighters just frolicking about and around them.
Frolicking is a very nice word. If you imagine this field is not a field of stars, but a field of flowers.
And there's these freighters just frolicking amongst the flowers.
Yes. This is a choreographed thing that happens always.
Ooh, in Astera.
Yeah, in Jeddah. With the beautiful engine trails. Oh, yes.
Ooh, do you know what that just was?
No.
That was a target spectrum breaker. A very rare module that you don't see very much.
It's. I'm told it's because it's bad, but
Well,
I will not repeat that.
It's useful in certain situations. You've got to be set up to use one, and most people aren't.
Now then, it appears that we are ready for our next match, which is highly interesting.
Highly interesting?
No. Yes. So, people are yelling stuff at us. This is very, very, very...
People yelling stuff at you. I'm waiting for you to finish speaking.
Everybody waits for me to finish speaking. So, we are going to go to a song for you beautiful people. And after that, we will go to the Outbreak versus Monkeys with Guns match. But I wish that you continue watching the Alliance Tournament stream.
Yep. And to all those that are frolicking in Jeddah's field of flowers and their freighters, continue to frolic.
Keep frolicking.
It's been a long time, my friend, a long time. Yet it seems to have gone by in just a flash. A lot of you shooting me, a lot of me shooting you, and Concord kicking everybody's ass.
We have ignited violence on a massive scale. Scramble those who try to walk away. Nothing says I love you like a kill mail. So don't be surprised if I send you one today.
Killing is just a means of communication. Killing is just a means of communication. Some say it's more the trip than the destination. Killing is just a
Friendship grows from seed into a flower, blossoms in the starlit wonderland. We're doomed to fight for resources and power. So if I shoot you in the face, I'm sure you'll understand.
For 10 years now we've sat and watched the explosions, dancing to the rhythm of our
more the trip than the destination. Hey girl, come fly with us, that's an invitation. Don't be afraid of a little death and exploitation.
Killing, it's just a means of communication.
Another day.
Because of winning with broadswords and then winning with Dominic system.
This was a very interesting match. I'm gonna come back and look at this later.
Oh no, he's so cool, but not very good.
interrupt your very important Flattleship viewing to deliver a message about our control room. Unfortunately, it was invaded by an outbreak of monkeys with guns, and we've had a few issues, so we're fixing those before we get underway with the next match. CCP Gargant personally had to pick 2 of these monkeys up and throw them out of the window into the harbour.
It's never a dull moment when you're trying to run a tournament. But these delays happen, and therefore you have us again, CCP Gargant and CCP Logibro, sitting here commentating on what's happening in Jeddah.
Ooh, was a Concorde cruiser.
You get excited over the weirdest stuff.
Yeah, this happens.
So this Ark, no, this Providence, sorry, I'm not that.
Well, no, there's an Ark, there's a Providence as well.
Yes, both of them.
Well, let's just pretend that you were correct the first time you're talking about the Ark.
I was perfectly correct, stop it. Watching these flares of fireworks, I wonder if we could call this an Alliance Tournament event all in itself.
Yes,
Here we have all the explosions we could need.
There are a lot of explosions. The ships aren't exploding, but there are explosions. Except for the snowballs. That's just disintegration.
Yes.
No, we've got all of these flares exploding, all of these freighters that are frolicking in the fields of flowers of Jeddah.
I want to try to understand what's going through the head of these pilots. So, what is this guy thinking? He's going on his... I don't want to say the name because I think it's a mammoth? I think so. That's not a mammoth. Stop laughing at me. There's a mammoth in there probably.
There is no mammoth in there. That's a Fenrir.
Say Fenrir. Pronounce it correctly. Fenrir.
Everybody,
right.
Let's have... Okay, CCP Gargant, can you please tell everybody listening to the stream what the correct way to say the vertical Minmatar Dreadnought is?
Naglfar.
Yes. So everybody repeat after CCP Gargant.
Naglfar. Repeat once more. Naglfar. Unfortunately, you won't see any Naglfars in Jeddah because they're not allowed.
No.
No fun allowed in Jeddah.
Nope.
Obviously.
The Caldera Navy is very strict with their fun allowances.
There's a set amount each week.
And the maximum fun you can have is a freighter.
Another thing that is very interesting to hear other nations say is Einherji.
Yes.
Yeah, so the fighter called Einherji.
What about the...
No,
what about the recons for the Minmatar?
The recons?
The Huyin and the Munin.
Ah, Huyin and Munin.
Yes.
Huyin and Munin. Yes.
Everybody says Hugin and Munin.
That's incorrect. All you people fighting about the pronunciation of Gila or Hila.
It's Hila.
I liked one person's suggestion of simply saying Gaila.
Oh God. We're taking a third option here.
A third option is always best.
Who knew that the Alliance Tournament stream couldn't be educational?
I also heard somebody complaining over our pronunciation of anathema. Apparently that's a monstrosity in itself.
Who was that was complaining? I remember this.
It was some of the former CSM people.
It was one of them, yes. I don't know, maybe we'll have to hunt them down.
I remember that Ripper Tech had a particular...
Ooh, it's a thorax and an Idaron. No mammoth, though. Sorry.
Like conventional commentators, we go off in a completely different direction because you can see what's going on.
Yes.
That's
chaos.
That's not an Iteron. Yeah, that's an Iteron Mark V, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, the only ship still named Iteron.
Yes.
Ah.
Although the rest of them have references to Idaron in their description still. Did you know that there's no more Badger?
Isn't there?
No, it's a Tyra.
That's
and
like
then there's the Badger Mark II.
That's like a whole battle doctrine just gone.
Well, we still have the Tyra is the more tanky of the two, but the Badger Mark II doesn't really hold up in combat as well. But it can carry a lot of cap charges.
So what's going on right now is absolute pandemonium. This has turned from frolicking to some sort of, I don't know, what is the more
frantic.
Frantic, yeah, a frantic version of frolicking.
You could just have frantic frolicking.
Frantically and furiously frolicking about the field of flowers.
In Jeddah.
How many F's are in that?
A lot.
CCP Lodge, bro.
I'm not going to count.
Don't. You might embarrass us.
I don't think that's something we haven't already done.
I don't know about you, but I am perfectly capable of everything I've so far been doing.
So if you have a look here, let's see. What do we got? Oh, there we go. Now there's finally a mammoth for you, CCP Gargant. Stratios is a Harbinger over on site. Now that's a Navy Raven. Let's see. I wonder how many of these Macarials have been having fun playing pinball with all of these freighters all afternoon. Seems like something that people seem to enjoy a lot. As a catalyst, maybe that's where Code's been hiding in Jeddah.
I also like that everybody seems to be digging out their yearly supply of both fireworks and snowballs for this.
Yes.
They sure do bring their most prettiest, beautifulest dresses.
Yes. Do you know what the best ship for launching lots of festival charges is?
What is?
The Tower. Or the Corax.
Right. So, we are going to turn away from this cacophony of beauty.
Yes.
And go into another song.
Yes.
Because you only want to hear us drone about Jeddah for so long.
Yes.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for waiting with us. We are having some technical difficulties with this specific match between Outbreak and Monkeys with Guns. One of the characters, unfortunately, is having some issues that is preventing him from being recognized properly by the tool. His ship got bugged, we replaced it. But there's an issue that we can't fix today with this match. So what we're going to be doing is working with these two teams to reschedule this match. And meanwhile, we're going to move them out of the system and get set up for our next match, which is the much anticipated Hydra Reloaded versus Triumvirate. So we definitely apologize for the delay, and especially to these two teams. Both Outbreak and Monkeys with Guns have been extremely good working with us on this. We didn't want to penalize Outbreak for the fact that one of their members crashed on his way into the arena because it wasn't his fault. So we're going to make sure that we get this match rescheduled for them so they can have it properly at some point soon. So more information will be coming about when this match will be rescheduled to. It might be next weekend, it might be a bit sooner. But either way, we are going to be moving on as quickly as possible to our next final two matches of today. Welcome back, everyone, to what I'm sure is quickly becoming your favorite segment of this 12th Alliance Tournament. CCB Fozzie comes on and gives you exposition about what's happening next. We are actually going to be doing the Outbreak versus Monkeys with Guns fight. The problem managed to get fixed thanks to a miraculous intervention from a previously disappeared CCP Veritas, who is off duty this weekend, but managed to come and save the day anyways. So we are currently now just waiting for another member of Outbreak who's coming on to replace somebody who went AFK and disappeared basically after we told him that the fight was shutting down. And so that guy will be back very soon. We're going to be getting him on the field, getting this fight ready for you guys. I know that it's going to be worth the wait, though. Sir Squeebles and I have both been talking about how excited we are to see this fight. You guys can't see the setups yet, but it is two very exciting setups. I think is going to make a really great match. There you go. In fact, actually, let's give you guys all the information about what is coming up in this match, because I do think it is two very exciting setups that we're going to be seeing face each other. Outbreak is bringing a setup that is a little bit more traditional, but it's still going to be a lot of DPS, I think. It's triple EOS, double Vexor Navy Issue, double Vexor, triple Maulus, and double Inquisitor for the reps. But Monkeys with Guns are the real stars of this match. They have brought a spectacular setup. It looks like it's going to be a lot of fun, whether it works or not. Why don't you tell us a little bit about that, Sir Squeeble?
This is the first time, if I'm not mistaken, that in the ATXii, I almost said ATX 12, that we see, we see a Blaster Rush with no tick to Logi, actually. So some Executor Navy issues on field, which crank out just insane DPS, paired with some Brutic Souls. They're going to hit really hard if they can get onto something, and the question is, can they? I think they will. So I look forward to seeing just complete mutual destruction, really.
Indeed. We now have all of the actual pilots back in system now. We're just going to have them warp back in at the correct ranges, and then we'll be able to get the fights going again. Again, very sorry about the delays. We are going to be bringing you the last three matches. Our final three matches today are this one, Outbreak versus Monkey with Guns, and then the incredibly anticipated Hydra Reloaded versus Triumvirate. I've seen what setups they've got too, and I'm not going to give you any hints because they don't know what the setups are, but it looks pretty awesome. And finally, No Holes Barred versus Revolution to round out the day. Honestly, I think these are going to be three of the most exciting matches, especially because I've seen what's coming up in Outbreak versus Monkeys, and you guys know that incredible blaster setup that's going to be brought by Monkeys with Guns. Who do you think is going to be taking the next three matches? What are your predictions, Sir Squeebles?
Oh, on the whole three? I got to guess all three of them.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man. I don't know. This is tough. And I'm just going to confirm some bias here, and that the guys with Monkey with Guns I know are a lot of fun. They come across the stream every now and then, but then I've also, in years past, flown with a couple of the guys on the Outbreak team. Also some really, really strong PvPers, so I'm going to have to go with Outbreak, though. We mentioned it when we were off the air that I'm kind of secretly rooting for them. I'd really like to see them put forward a strong performance. The Hydra Reloaded tri-match I'm not even going to comment on. I'm just going to stay safely away from that. And then I'm cheering for No Holes Barred versus Revolution. I'm definitely going for No-Ho on that one.
Yeah, okay. For me, I definitely circled Outbreak at the beginning of the day for this match. I have to say, though, my heart is with this Monkey with Gun setup. Whenever you bring that much blaster damage, it always excites me, and it's great to see it, and I really want them to win. For Hydra Reloaded versus Tri, it's really hard to bet against Hydra. They are an incredibly talented team that works incredibly hard. Triumvirate, I think, is going to be a pretty solid team in this tournament as well, though, so it'll be very fun to watch this kind of matchup between two big tournament expected heavyweights, though I think Hydra's probably going to take it. And yeah, I agree with you that No Holes Barred has been, for me, I think a little bit more impressive in their previous tournament outings than Revolution, but that one could also go either way. So both teams have now arrived on the field. I think we're just going to get our cameras ready to go and then be switching to the fight pretty quickly. welcome back. Again, big apologies for the slight delay we had there, but we are now ready to go for this incredibly exciting match between Outbreak and Monkeys with Guns. This is CSP Fozzie, once again joined by Sir Squeebles, and we have two really great setups. We mentioned it just before over the Gcam, but we're going to go through the setups again. Outbreak has brought a triple EOS, double Vexor Navy issue, double Vexor, triple Mollusk, double Inquisitor setup.
And on the other side, we have a completely reckless but very proud Galenti team fielding 2 Brutix Navy issues, an Astarte, and 3 Exec Navy issues, along with a healthy frigate wing of course, all Galenti, 3 Catalysts, 2 Fed Navy Comets, and an Atron.
Yeah, and right before the match, or a little while before the match began, Sir Squeebles, you noticed the naming of all of these Monkeys with Guns ships.
I did. They are all named exactly the same thing, and that is Galenti Pride, and that shows team cohesion. So I've got to give the edge to them. They're showing coordination, and they're going right into the middle as expected. They have no projection, but good lord, do they have DPS. And unfortunately, the Exec Navy issue of BAJ is taking damage first, but this Vexor Navy issue of Sarah is also taking damage. So good trades on both sides. Let's see whose tank holds up.
Outbreak has a big swarm of geckos coming from these EOSs, and they're going to take a while to get on targets, but once they reach the targets, they're going to do a lot of damage. Meanwhile, that Vexor Navy issue is webbed now, so he's going to be taking more and more damage from the blasters.
Not only is he taking more damage, he's taking all the damage as he gets absolutely erased. A Vexor just disappeared. I didn't see any damage applied to him. Boundary? Or
We've had some boundary violations. A couple of guys have been using the micro jump units and jumping out of the arena. We have boundary violations all over the place, apparently.
Remember, viewers, stay in school and don't use micro jump drives. Oh my goodness, this Galenti team is just getting melted. But Sarah's still holding on. Unfortunately, it's not enough. We'll remember you, Sarah, fondly. And Bosknard now seems to be the damage primary. Good gosh, that Exec Navy issue is gone.
Once that swarm of geckos catches up to you, you go down very fast. It's worth noting that the Catalyst Neutrons that died weren't actually boundary violations. It looks like the Vexor of Scorps. The rest of them just got vaporized under all the damage. That's a lot of the ships already off the field for Monkeys with Guns. Definitely not the start they were hoping for strategically, as they take down an Inquisitor, though. That's a important kill to help take the reps off the field.
This is not going well, though. As you said, one of the last 2 remaining DPS holes for the Galenti team is now in deep structure, and he is gone. Poor Monkeys with Guns. The Astarte and the Brutix Navy issue have a lot of ground to make up, and realistically can't really expect them to recover that, especially with shield tanks. They went with full DPS, which is the only way to do it if you're going to do a Galenti rush proper. I definitely agree. But Mirana is not going to be able to tank long. Take care, old friend.
Yeah, they've got another Vexor down, but it is only, I think, a matter of time. Marana is now going through the last of his armor into structure, and he'll be dropping off the field, which will very quickly, as the Catalyst of Duke Sovereign also goes down, leave the Astarte of Zaratha there, the last man standing for Monkeys with Guns.
There might not be many ships on grid for Monkeys with Guns, but there are definitely still mobile micro jump units. So this presents an opportunity, as we've discussed. These EOSs might panic and jump, in which case we could definitely see an upset. But right now it looks pretty grim as this this Astarte is low on shield and into armor. Oh no, this is not going to be good.
He's dropping through quite quickly. There's only one more ship on the field for Monkeys with Guns. It's a Federation Navy Comet belonging to Elijah Ghost, and I think it's just a matter of time before he goes down. He is currently dueling with a Mollusk of Outbreak.
And if everyone turns their volume up right now and listens very closely, you can hear a moment of silence in all of Galenti space out of respect for this Monkeys with Guns team. They came in, they represented, they tried so hard. A lot of DPS, but so much death. Many a good man lost today.
And that is the end of that match. Monkeys with Guns bringing a very exciting but ultimately unsuccessful setup. And Outbreak will continue on through the winners bracket. We are going to send you off to some ads and then as quickly as possible set up the next match, which is Hydra Reloaded versus Triumvirate. For real this time.
With day 4, that means that pretty much only the good teams and Test Alliance are left.
Test Alliance, please ignore. Worst of the best.
Delicious spaghetti you eat while waiting for a prey to put its shiny paw into his career. So you always let jump, and let the body hit the floor and that is how the glue bump.
You want to stay up to date on the market? You spend most of your time blowing stuff up, but you want to know why Plex are so damn high? Then watch EVE Talk, your weekly look at the market in EVE Online. EVE Talk with me, the Lone Wolf, every Saturday, only on YouTube.
Negative waves Alliance.
Do you like waffles? I like waffles.
I like waffles.
Do you like waffles?
Yes,
I like waffles.
Ah!
And pancakes and French toast.
Welcome back, everyone, to what is probably the most anticipated match of today. This is Hydra Reloaded versus Triumvirate. I'm CCB Fozzie, joined once again by Sir Squeebles, and this is day 2 of the 12th Alliance Tournament. On Hydra's side, you see there on your screen actually definitely my favorite tournament ship of all time. This is a ship that's near and dear to my heart, the Sleipnir. And Hydra Reloaded has decided to bring a Sleipnir rush that I'm sure they know how to fly very, very well. It's triple Sleipnir, Scimitar, Kitsune, double Celestis, double Maulus, triple Heretic, tons of dams, and then the Sleipnir core to deal all their damage. And Triumvirate's brought something a little bit more standard. Why don't you tell us a bit about that, Sir Squeebles?
Yeah, I'm not sure how well they can pilot it, but I am very impressed by their setup with 3 Vexor Navy issues, 3 normal Vexors, an Eos and an Oneros for the DPS and the Logi, and then you've got 1 Maulus, 1 Carries, a Malediction, and an Ishkur. And I am a huge fan. As much as you like Sleipnirs actually this year, I really enjoy the Vexor Navy issue. So definitely a lot of potential with this hull, and I look forward to seeing it because really it's a nice set of ships to bring into something like a Slep Rush.
Yeah, I think it is actually a pretty good matchup for Tri to get. Tri has brought a setup that fits much more easily into the meta of the tournament so far. Maulus already off the field for Tri.
My goodness.
Carries down as well. Incredibly fast these first couple kills.
That is definitely the Heretics coming through with just insane alpha against the frigates, and I think we've talked these up, myself and other commentators, but man, these Heretics are terrifying. If you're sitting in a frigate and there are Heretics that are parked on the other side of the beacon here, you've got to be nervous because it doesn't matter really what you're flying. With 3 Heretics, you're going to go quick.
Well, what's been killing those frigates is actually the Sleipnirs, which are fitting artillery. These are arty Sleipnirs at long range to alpha through any reps on frigates, and they're doing a great job at that task, as they're already eating quickly through this Vexor Navy issue as well, poor God.
I was wondering actually how the volleys reached across the field that quick, so now the question becomes, can you still technically call it a rush if they're artillery fit?
Yes, I think this is definitely, we wouldn't generally call it a rush in this case. The Sleipnirs, instead it's definitely more of a damp control setup. You keep your range, you damp out the opponents, and you're seeing almost no damage coming across the field to Hydra Reloaded. They're playing this essentially perfectly. The damp icons all the way across the Triumvirate side means that they're having a very hard time choosing where their drones go.
Yeah, this is amazing. Like the artillery Sleipnir definitely has potential, but it's also very risky. They've paired it with those Celestis, which are piloting absolutely amazingly, and they're applying their damps on the DPS hulls. The funny thing about their control setup is that hypothetically, if piloted well, it should be countered by drones. As we talked about before, you have the assist mechanic, and you only have to activate your drones once, and they'll stick to that target. Even so, they're still mitigating all of the damage, not just some of the damage. They're mitigating all of the damage from this drone setup with 2 Celestis. Nothing short of sort of Hydra level PvP here. Super impressive, not really a huge shock, but it's still a heck of a lot of fun to watch.
This is probably a setup that would have been a bit more risky last year when the drone meta was more heavily focused on sentry drones. They can reach across the field and track these Sleipnirs really well, and they can easily be assigned back and forth. But like most of the drone setups this year, Triumvirate has been relying on heavy drones instead. And of course, the Vexor Navy issues don't have the ability to field 2 waves of drones. They can't bring sentries and heavy drones. They have to bring one or the other. That means that Hydra is able to burn around the field and waste a lot of time while the drones chase down their Sleipnirs.
And if I'm not mistaken, I'm looking at the stream now. Yeah, so Hydra banned the Vargur and the Golem. And at first glance, you'd think like maybe a Tinker wouldn't be ideal, and definitely for the alpha that they're looking to output, that makes sense. But any other reasons they would want to avoid a Golem and a Vargur specifically with this setup?
I mean, even outside of a Tinker, any Marauder is going to be dangerous because the Marauder is completely invulnerable to the damps. So their game plan is all about keeping range of the Sleipnirs, which are going to be faster than most of their opponents, and then damping out all of the DPS and especially logistics, things like that. But the fact that Marauder is completely immune to the damps means they'd be able to reach out across the field and use their extra DPS over an already Sleipnir to cause a pretty big problem. They'd be able to take down that Scimitar probably pretty quickly.
I would almost argue, though, that baiting another team into investing that many points in a Golem, I mean, realistically, or a Vargur for that matter, but realistically, either if they kited this effectively and they damped out the non-Ewar immune ships on field, which is presumably everything else, it seems like maybe they could talk people into investing too many points in a Marauder that is the only thing that can apply DPS. Clearly they know what they're doing, but since we have nothing to discuss except for the dunkage happening on field right now, in this last EOS, he's low, and here we go. Hold on.
Yeah,
waiting.
The last volleys of missiles come in from those heretics.
And boom goes
there
the
he
dynamite.
goes. So a very, very quick dismantling of Triumvirate from Hydra Reloaded. Try bringing what is a very solid setup, and they seem to be piloting it just fine, but Hydra demonstrating that they are a step ahead of most of these other tournament teams. This is a very, very convincing performance from them. And that, we're going to send you back to the studio for some ads and then be back for our final match of the day, No Holes Barred versus Revolution.
In Eve, the only thing worth more than Isk is trust. This October 4th in Amsterdam, Eve, Israel.
September 13th, the Eve Online Gaming Event. Hashtag Eve_NT. Be there or be a douchebag.
Hello and welcome back, one and all, for the final match of the second day of the 12th Alliance Tournament. This is CCB Fozzie, joined by Sir Squeebles, and we bring you No Holes Barred versus Revolution. Two teams that have a bit of tournament experience. No Holes Barred, a pretty well-known wormhole group, and they brought some pretty cool setups. No Holes has brought a EOS Vexor comp, pretty similar to what we've seen from a lot of other competent teams so far. Triple EOS, a Neros, triple Vexor, Celestis, triple Ishkur, Malediction. And why don't you tell us a little bit about Revolution setup, Squeebles?
Revolution has brought a team comp that will look great on the runway. I'm not sure I understand some of it, but 3 Vexor Navy issues, a Phantasm, a Caracal, a Vulture, a Stratios, a Scimitar, and then 1 Kestrel and a Crow. So some drone DPS, a little bit of rapid light missile from the Caracal, a Vulture for tank, and obviously they've got that Scimitar to hopefully keep them alive long enough to put the hurt on some of the DPS from the other team.
This is the first time we've seen a Phantasm in this tournament, and they haven't been popular since like AT4 in tournaments, so it'll be interesting to see how well this one works out for them. The match has now begun, and we're seeing NoHo burn right across the field, charging towards the Revolution line.
NoHo definitely has a little bit more cohesive of a setup. There is a limit, only 3 holes of the same type on any given team. That's why in the command ship rushes, you see 3 EOs, you see 3 Vexors. It's very rare that you see a team like Revolution that fields one of several different types of ships. You tend to like to have pilots in the same sort of holes. It makes positioning a little bit easier. It makes rolls a little bit easier. I feel like maybe they tried to cover too many of their bases, and in that pursuit, they picked some a little bit unusual and possibly effective, but certainly unusual holes. And we see damage now going on to Blackish in the Celestis, and also the Scimitar of Axel, oh no, and Revolution is taking huge damage.
Yeah, he's been webbed, and the entire NoHo team is kind of converged around him, and here he goes off the field. That is the Scimitar for Revolution gone. Meanwhile, the Neros for No Holes Barred is sitting quite pretty. As I say that, he loses all of his shields in one burst, and I'm sure Revolution's going to try to even the score there.
To maximize their time on field now, right, Revolution really needs to look good. They have to emphasize the aesthetics of this and hope that carries them through this. Oneros is not going down fast enough to make a difference. They're definitely applying appreciable damage, though. But in the meantime, Ren in the Stratios just gets absolutely erased. And your mum in the Oneros is still holding fairly strong.
The Stratios was shield tanked. It's not something we see very often in the tournament setting because they have that armor resist bonus, but he had an ASB running. It just wasn't enough to keep him alive. Your mum is tanking really, really well at this point, and actually holding on quite well. There's a lot of rep drones. And actually, now we're seeing the Revolution team is now shooting the rep drones that are repairing your mum.
First off, I find that offensive. And second off, typically when you see Ishkars in the support wing, you can safely assume that that's going to be rep drones, especially when your core DPS/tank group is going to be EOSs. You've got great bandwidth across those Ishkars that, yes, you could use for drone killing, but most often you see them aiding the logistics and keeping pressure off whoever the primary is. And at first glance, people might think, 3 sets of light rep drones might not mean a lot, but it's very consistent reps, and over the course of a match, especially where you've got drone aggro where you can mitigate DPS, they're actually a huge impact. So looking at this team right now, it's the EOSs and the Ishkars. I mean, that alone is a strong enough setup. So even with this Oneros off the field, they've now mitigated enough damage. And I'm afraid Revolution has not looked quite good enough on field, and they're slowly dying.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Revolution is primary in the Celestis, which actually isn't a great primary because the Vexors and the Vulture are going to be mostly shooting at stuff that's on top of them anyways. But they're going to try to bring that last ship down. We'll see if they can pull it off. But one way or another, they're probably not going to kill anything more than that. It's just a matter of time now. And No Holes Barred follows along with yesterday's end of day match where Sleeper Social Club also did very well. So there's been a couple of these groups that are really representing the wormhole lifestyle very well in the tournament.
Yeah, and NoHo put forth a really, really strong setup. I think this is a setup that, not to make the Alliance Tournament sound easy, it definitely takes thought no matter how you play it. I mean, even the band picks can be a serious mind game, and you got to be prepared to adjust. But they fielded what I would consider to be a really strong setup. They went even heavier on the E-War than some of the triple EO setups we've seen in the past went. But they've proven here today with Revolution that there's definitely more to life than just being really, really, really ridiculously good looking.
Mm-hmm. Yes, indeed. As now we have just a Kestrel and a Vulture left for Revolution. No Holds Barred is going to take this match very convincingly, and that's going to leave me doing pretty well in my predictions for today as a whole. I've only got 3 wrong, so I'm going to be at 13 out of 16 for today. So thank you very much, NoHo, for helping me out for this last match.
I don't actually have any transcripts of my total guesses. So as far as I'm concerned, retroactively, I can say I was right on almost all the matches today. Mm-hmm. And if my court members say differently, it's because they're lying. And I was definitely on point with most of these predictions.
Yeah, that's hard to argue with. Liquid Soul and his Vulture is now taking the brunt of all the damage from the whole NoHo team, and he will be dropping off the field very quickly. Thank you, everyone, for sticking with us through our technical difficulties that we had earlier. I hope you enjoyed these last 3 matches. I definitely enjoyed them, both commentating and also just viewing. There has been some excellent displays of ballsy piloting and very technical precision, and it's really great to see this weekend having gone so well. We've got 3 more weekends of this Alliance tournament. The next 3 weekends are going to be displays of probably equal and even greater match performance. I think there's going to be some really amazing matches coming up.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's been an absolute pleasure to be here. Great job to all the other commentators as well. It's been a lot of fun. And I think I'm on board with that next weekend we can only expect better things, a lot of learning experiences, a lot of strong comps fielded so far, a lot to think about this week for all the teams involved, winners and losers. And next week, I think it's really going to heat up.
Yeah, so with that, No Holds Barred has won this match, and with that, they've won the honor to go face Hydra Reloaded tomorrow. So best of luck to you, chaps. We will now send you off for the day. This is the last match of the day, and like I said before, thank you very much for joining us, and come back and tune in at 3 o'clock next Saturday, 3 o'clock Eve time next Saturday for day 3 of the 12th Alliance Tournament.